Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
He's Baker act. Look, all them gum, no teeth, can't talk, singing to himself. He's psychotic. Dude, he needs help.
And hold on. I think we can all admit, whether you like what I'm saying or what you agree with Dan or let me. Here's the deal. He's looking for a fight.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
May 12th, 2026, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. This show is definitely under duress, or at least I am. Lummy, this would definitely be... Damn it. I had it all ready to go. All right, hold on.
Oh, no.
Definitely that.
He's slowing down on the backstretch.
I have been fighting this kidney stone since yesterday. So 2 days ago, so it would have been Sunday, because I've gone through, by the way, hi. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Dr. Dan Diaco, Lummy, myself, Gary Cantrell, and Macho Man. Gary Remote, everybody else in our third to last day at this particular facility.
I was sad pulling up.
Did you see it? It looked like it's closed permanently, like it's been shuttered.
It's like Tampa after the hurricane. You know what I mean? Like everything's just quiet and dark and.
Remember that? Let me. Is it the Minions? Is it the Minions movie where the guy lives like in a big mansion, but it's really dark and it's all the shutters are closed? That's where the Minion. I think.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't have like a huge. Yeah, but it's kind of dark in there. That's one of them.
Yeah, we're darker than we've ever been. I mean, we are moving out of this place. Everybody's been really, really busting ass. You wouldn't believe it. And, we hope to be completely out of here. Well, I mean, we're paid until June 15th, but we hope to be broadcasting. Let me, I'm not to get too distracted. I almost called you at about 3:30 I almost called you about 3:30 and was going to have you put a best on, either
because of the kidney stone.
So this effing kidney stone. So I've had 14, 15, 16 of them. So Dan, I don't know if you've had 14, 15 episodes, from your body, but when you've had that many episodes on the same reoccurring health issue, you kind of start knowing your body, for lack of a better term. You kind of can figure it. Yeah. I mean,
You've lived it a few times.
Yeah. And so, I mean, there's probably something maybe health-wise, or maybe not even really necessarily health-wise, just something that's happened an exorbitant amount of times in your life.
AFib.
That you can completely predict what's happening, how long it's going to last, and what the outcome may or may not be.
Yeah, atrial fibrillation. I go into it sometimes, and I can feel it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh. I never knew that.
Mm-hmm. My dad and my mom had it.
So, your mom still has it. Right. So
my dad had it. My mom has it.
So, you just know.
Oh, I know. I can tell.
And the first time I got a kidney stone, I've only been to the hospital 2 times. And it was the very first time I got one because I didn't know what was happening to me. I thought I was having a heart attack. And then the only other time I went to the hospital is when I came here I think you might know. I think it was me, 25.
When you thought you were having a heart attack, Bubba, did they do the full court press?
No. So they took me to that. I think it was called Edward White, the little known hospital in St. Pete, because that's where I was closest to. I was at Tyrone Isuzu doing a gig. I was doing a gig.
Oh, you weren't even home.
No,
you were on location.
I was on location for the Power Pig, and so I got done doing my last call in. I was supposed to be there noon to 2. I did my last call in at 1:30. It's like basically, 93.3 FLZ, Bubba the Love Sponge, live from Tyrone, Isuzu. Come out and see the boys. They're slinging big deals for you. The Bubba truck's on display. As a matter of fact, the Bubba truck is for sale. If you want to come and buy it, you can buy it right out from underneath me. They'll make me a new one. That's right. You can drive the same truck that I did. It's lowered. It's slammed. It's got neon. It's got a system in it.
What's slammed mean?
Down to the ground, lowered.
Oh, okay.
It's slammed. It's got a system in it. It's got badass rims, and you can buy. And they would go $5,000. No, they let me drive a vehicle for 4,500 miles, and then they would sell it for $5,000 more than sticker because it was I had the Bubba Rodeo and the Bubba. What is it?
It's pretty pimp.
So anyway, I was doing my last call in, and they always taped it. They never. So, like Hawk Harrison would be like, Hawk Harrison on 93.3 FLZ, we're going to throw it out to Bubba. Bubba's at Tyrone, Isuzu. Bubba, take it away. Well, I'd be like, thanks, Hawk. That's how you would tape it. Thanks, Hawk. That's right, we're live. And, do my spiel. Well, but I still had to stay another 30 minutes.
So you taped them and then someone would run the tapes in?
Yeah, no. We taped them over the telephone.
Oh.
That's when we had landlines, and you had really good, landlines sounded studio quality compared to cell phones.
So you'd call in, tape, and then they played the tape?
Yeah, but the DJ would set it up as if it was live.
I sent you the Bubba truck.
And he would run a music bed underneath it. Realistically, I'd have to go hide in the boss man's office because you didn't want people to know the gimmick. So I would act like I'm in the office. And so they didn't see that because they would pipe the studio. They would pipe the station throughout the whole entire dealership. So if they just saw me standing around, but saw me live on the radio, they would know that I wasn't really live. But if I was, hiding in the boss man's office while I'm doing these call-ins, then after the call-in, walk out like I just got done. It's pro wrestling. It's theater of the mind. What is this, Lemmy?
That's your Bubba truck.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. And that's how I was laying. I was laying heavy. Not that I ain't laying heavy anymore right now, but anyway, this was one of my trucks.
Look at that.
Yeah, whatever.
$5,000 over sticker.
Wow. I love that truck still in circulation.
I don't know. It'd be interesting to see where that truck. It's probably in a junk. It probably has been crushed. So
You could
This thing was low.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was low. Yeah, it was lowered about 2 inches, 2 to 3 inches. Look at that black guy. That black guy wants that truck so bad he can't help it.
How we like that, right? Where the keys at? I think they're in it. I think it's a beautiful looking vehicle. That's unreal. I'm not kidding. That's tough. I never.
Yeah. So anyway, so I was talking about my first Kidney Stone episode. I'm there doing this call in. So I get done and I go to the boss man. I said, I don't feel good. I don't know what's happening to me, but I don't feel good. I feel like I am constipated and I have these unbelievable constipation pains in my lower abdomen, and it's some of the most worst pain I've ever had in my entire life. And the guy's like, well, what do you think? You think you should go to the hospital? I'm like, I don't know. I said, listen, so you know how like I don't know if you, Dan, have a private bathroom that's not open to the public, but like a lot of car dealerships, the general manager or the owner, they have their little private bathroom that's not it's not open to the people that are in the showroom.
Well, it's nice to have that.
Yeah, a lot of people do. And so he goes, listen, go back to my bathroom. Because the other bathroom, Lemmy, was open to the public, and they had 3 stalls and 2 urinals for the dudes. I'm in there going,
making all kinds of noise.
And so he goes, go in my bathroom. I said, I think I gotta I'm constipated, and I think maybe I gotta go to the gotta poop. He goes, well, okay. Well, you don't have to do any. You're done with your call-ins. You just got to hang out for 30 more minutes. And hand out koozies and bumper stickers, and take pictures of people and stupid stuff. And I go, okay. Well, I've done my call-in, so I'm almost. And he's like, listen, just go to the bath. So I go to the bathroom, and I'm pushing so hard, and I'm pushing so hard, and I cannot nothing because if you don't got to poop. Nothing's gonna. Regardless of how hard you got to push,
You're just gonna end up blowing over.
End up blowing out your rectum. Is that called your rectum?
Yes.
Okay, I want to mess. Technically, Dan's a doctor.
Blow out your rectal sphincter.
Yeah, blow out
anal
my
sphincter.
Thank you for giving me the clinical version of that. That covered our ass. Thank you.
Pop that valve.
So I'm on the verge of popping my valve, and I just nothing. So I try to wipe. There's nothing there. There's absolutely nothing there. I pull my pants up. And I start getting, now if you look at kidney stones and you like Google the symptoms of kidney stones, one of the things is you get nauseous and you sometimes will start overheating. And so I got like
diaphoretic, like sweaty,
yes,
like heart attack sweaty.
Yes. So I got a real cold sweat all over me.
Sliding off the toilet?
When I pull my pants, kinda. But when I pull my pants up and
ice skating rink,
and I'm like completely drenched. I feel like I have to puke.
Oh,
and
God.
I do not know what's going on. Now,
by the way, having the poop and puke at the same time is the single worst human experience.
Yeah,
it is.
It is. And so now listen, in 1989.
Didn't have technology for that.
In 1989, when I was at San Antonio, I had an emergency appendectomy where my appendix burst actually on the operation table.
Oh, wow.
So I was actually, but listen, appendicitis in heaven is kind of similar to a kidney stone.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's very similar. It's a very similar pain.
Yeah, see, now I don't know.
It's deep and it's low and it's, you can't tell what's going on.
Are they similar in where they're at?
Well, the nerves that cover them are similar.
Yeah. So I knew it wasn't my appendix because I already had it taken out. So I know it wasn't my appendix. So I get up out of the private bathroom and I start walking to the boss man and I faint. And I've never fainted in my entire. I have never
fainted.
I have never fainted in my time. And to this day,
have you fainted ever, Lummy?
No, just getting choked out. That's about it.
Yeah, no.
But you never spontaneously just drop like a goat that's scared.
I did.
No.
I did. And it's the only time in my life ever, even before that or after that, I've never fainted ever in my entire life. So I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what a faint. Did you
hit your head or anything?
No. So I'm in his office and I go to sit down on his, he had a love seat. He goes, just sit down for a little bit. And as I'm kind of sitting down, lose my balance and fall over.
Oh, wow.
And so
you weren't in a paved hallway.
No, I was actually
in a comfortable area.
I was in a carpeted area in his office, and I was making my way to his. I was attempting to sit down, and at that time, I kind of lost my balance and fell over. And I think I was out maybe 5 seconds. I quickly
just a reset.
Yeah. So he goes, listen, we're calling the ambulance. So they call the ambulance, and the ambulance shows up. And I guarantee you, because they probably don't have archives back from them, but Channel 10 actually reported that I had a heart attack.
Oh, no.
Because,
really?
because next thing you know, the ambulance is showing up and they're putting me on the gurney and loading me up, to take me to the hospital because they think, listen, you see a fat ass that, falls over and is clammy.
No, you run. It's an emergency. You have no idea what it could be.
Well, not only that, but the first thing people are going to think is
heart attack.
He's having a heart attack.
Right.
He's a fat ass.
Were you near your peak?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I was probably,
Yes, young lady,
I was probably 350, 400 pounds. So I was, yeah.
So the paramedics were really happy to see you.
Well, yeah. So, they kind of marked out a little bit because they got Bubba the Love Sponge. So, they take me into to Edward White Hospital, and they haul me in and they're doing my vitals and everything on en route and running an IV and all whatever they do in the ambulance. And they kind of quickly determined, Dan, the EMTs determined that it's not a heart attack. I guess the stuff that they hooked me up to. They could
EKG wasn't showing it and stuff.
Right. So they ruled that when they came and picked me up, the owner said, I think he's having a heart attack. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm having, but I have the most unbelievable pain. Well, so when I tell them where my pain is, they're like, well, that's not heart attack related. That's. So they hooked me up with those little things on your chest, those little
electrodes.
Yeah, and
EKG.
Now would that show you if you're having a heart issue or not?
Well, sometimes an EKG will show changes during a heart attack. You can see ischemia with ST drops or.
So these EMTs knew that by the time the 5 to 7 minute transport, they're full lights and sirens. Bubba Love Sponge having a heart attack. And that's what everybody at the dealership thought. So somebody called Channel 10 and tipped them off. And then Channel 10's outside the Edward White Hospital saying Bubba the Love Sponge currently just got rushed into the hospital. Rumor has it, or we don't know, but there's conflicting reports that he might be suffering a heart attack.
They're doing live remotes from in front of the hospital?
No. They did a like for the. This was on a Saturday, and they did like. I think they used to do like a noon, or like I don't know. It was on TV. No, it wasn't a live, but somebody
cut to the reporter who's in front of the hospital.
They went out and taped a segment in front of the hospital that they ran on the news.
Wow.
And by the time I'm in the hospital, I'm watching it. I'm like, I'm whatever. I'm not dead, and I'm not having a heart attack. So as they're transporting me, they quickly kind of determined, Dan, they rule out a heart attack. I guess they can. They rule it out, so they take me right in so that it's kind of less of an emergency since it's not a heart attack. So,
do you see the difference in their speed and their sort of like intensity?
I can hear like the main EMT, and he's the one that's calling in information into the hospital, and like the first 3 minutes while they were checking me for a heart attack, they were really, really working hard on me. And then after minute 4,
the urgency left.
Yes, they're like, it's not heart related. It's not. So
did you get your D5W?
Started ringers with a D5W, Dixie, on emergency 51. It didn't matter if a guy chopped off his arm or he had a scraped elbow. Dixie always said that the doctor's saying run a ringer's lactate with a D5W, which I don't even know what that is. But Dan, a bee sting to a beheading always got the ringer's lactate with a D5W.
Well, I've used ringer's lactate literally thousands and thousands of times. I've never ever used D5W. It's 5% dextrose in water. I don't know why you'd ever give it.
But that's man,
it's like sugar water.
That's what everybody got. Sugar water.
I don't know why.
If you go back and watch old emergency 51's videos, everything got a ring. Everything started with the ringers. Sometimes they would even shorten it to a ringers instead of a ringers lactate. They go, go ahead and start a ringers with a D5W. So I don't know. So they pull in. And they take me and they do a CT scan, and they determine that it's a kidney stone. So they take me up, and they first check my insurance, and I have really good insurance.
Of course they do.
I got that J-Core, iHeart, Clear Channel.
So they make you wait in the lobby?
No, they want to get you in a room, start racking up the rate. You know that.
Start billing.
They don't want you to be waiting. Waiting means they're making no money. They want to give you $30 Tylenols and $50 ringers. They want to give it all to you.
Right. So $600 tests.
Yeah. So they run me through like a CT scan, and then they take the thing, Dan, that they use for women on babies to ultrasound.
Oh yes. Mm-hmm.
So they do an ultrasound, and I've later been told that an ultrasound and a CT scan's a little redundant. Like you don't need them both.
Well, CT scans are good for sensory scanning, saying okay, this guy's got a hot belly. What's going on? Whereas if you know what the problem is, the ultrasound gives you sometimes a better focused exam of that organ.
And they're trying to rack up the money.
And yes,
I got great insurance. If I'm homeless, they're just saying, "Wait, buddy, just ride it out." Hook you up.
Punch
to
you in the back. Does that hurt? Does that hurt?
Punch you in the back as they're kicking you out of the hospital, because they know they're gonna. I think they have to treat you if you walk into the hospital, but it's a whodunit on who pays. I mean, if you're homeless, I think you got to try to. Do you eat that cost, Dan, at the hospital, or they try to get the government to pay?
They don't eat nothing. Dude, every time they get bilked by a patient, they get money from the state or the federal government.
There you go.
So that's why.
But they like that they like that Aetna money,
they do like the Aetna money, but they liked it when you had COVID because that was another ticker. Illegal aliens were getting extra money, more than even indigents in town.
So they put me in my own room, private, of course, more money. And then they hooked me
but
up.
You insisted on private.
No, I did. I didn't insist on nothing. I insisted on getting my ass out of there.
Oh,
So
really? They
I
didn't give you a choice. You're like, I'll take private. They didn't say, do you want a
No,
buddy?
they just said we need to put you in a room and get
loud?
and get you comfortable.
Were you moaning?
No, yeah, because I'm in a lot of yes. And hold on until they hooked up the TT99 juice. they hooked up the oh my God, you could cut my head off juice. They hooked me up. I think it's morphine or Dilaudid. I don't know what it is, but they hooked me up to something that instantaneously gave me a warm feeling all throughout my body. And you could have taken my chainsaw to my ankle, and I would not have known it. Like it took every ounce of pain I had away. What do you think it was, Dan? I think it was more.
It was probably morphine or Dilaudid. It could be anything. Any narcotic would make a big difference.
I mean, it was like, oh.
Especially IV.
Oh, yeah, they went IV on me. They had 2 IVs going, both arms. One, they were fleshing me out with saline, trying to, get this thing to move. Mm-hmm. And then 2, they were giving me the warm and fuzzy stuff. So after that, I spent the night there. Mark Chase and BJ and everybody from the Power Pig came up and saw me because they didn't know, they didn't know what was happening. They just saw Channel 10 that I was having a heart attack. So like 4 or 5, of the manor, David Reinhardt, they all came. Because I was the golden goose back then.
Yeah,
I mean,
they loved you.
I was a guy that had a 49 share at night, helping the station's overall 12+ numbers. So like they couldn't.
Freddie Mercury goes down, the whole band visits.
I mean, I was Axl Rose or whatever. And so anyway, they come and see me, and then I sleep the night there. But they're checking on me like every 2 hours. I can't really get a good night. So finally in the morning, man, they're like, listen, when you pee, we've already rigged up the toilet that's got a screen on it. You got to pee into this thing that covers the toilet so you can catch the stones, so we can analyze it. Like, all right. So I finally pee, and I pee it out. It was about 7 to 8 millimeters. And so now the largest one I've ever had is 11 or 12 millimeters. And I honest to God think I might be dealing with that right now. So I went to the hospital only in that case, Dan, because I didn't know what was happening. But every other time except one, the other 13 episodes that I've had with regards to these kidney stones, I know what's happening. I know that it, once it finally, like, Dan, because you're a doctor, but when they're floating around in your kidneys, they don't hurt at all. They don't.
Man, they're just ice cubes in a drink.
Right, they're ice cubes in a drink. That doesn't hurt until it finally gets in the hopper to start going, making its travel out, through your penis.
Right, and then it's that like like a piece of banana or a piece of like ice in your straw. It won't go through.
So. Usually,
smoothie metaphors.
Usually, it's 1 week after. So let me remember Bubba 199.
Yes,
I felt it.
Yeah,
that was and that would be 3 weeks this coming Friday.
It's a long time for this thing to be cooking. So it's getting bigger and bigger. By the way.
Oh, is it?
It's like a snowball. The longer it rolls, the bigger it gets.
Oh, I did not. Well, it makes sense. So I've been able to pass all 14 or 15 of that I've ever had. I've been able to pass it. Now, one other time I went to the hospital because I got here in the morning and it hit me right then, and I didn't have any pain pills. I didn't have anything to remedy the pain, and I had to go to the hospital. Is when Dr. Mark was still, doing the show. He met me, the urologist. He met me over there at what's the one right by the stadium? St. Joe's?
St. Joe's, yeah.
Met me at St. Joe's.
That's the real hospital.
I think he had that's where he had privileges.
He did most of his surgeries there.
So yeah, that's where he did most of his surgeries. He walked me right in, VIP'd me. Hooked me up to some pain stuff, flushed me, and I was good. But every other time, and probably since that time, I've had 4, maybe 5, maybe 3, 4, maybe 4. Let's call it 4.
Dr. Dan, there's nothing that he can do, like preventative?
Not really.
Some people think that certain diets can help restrict that growth. It depends what the stones are made out of. But some people just have a tendency for it, man.
So,
it's hard at 14. I mean,
Dr. Mark has probably analyzed 3 or 4 of mine, and he's like, "Listen, it's a pH imbalance of your body, and there's nothing that you can really do."
Alkaline water.
Have
you tried that?
I have.
You have, because I thought you had. Didn't you have like a water alkaliner? Or
I got one right here.
Yeah.
Hold on.
If you tried,
I got one right here. I got 2 of them actually, and I run all my water that I drink through that. 2 or 3
so you have
times.
been doing that recently?
Yes.
Like, so you've been.
Yes.
Wow, there's not much else you can do, dude.
I know. Hold on, and hold on. Hold on, Dan. I got 2 of them. Look.
Wow.
So I run
That sucks.
both of my waters through I have a little system where I start at the big one and I move it to the second one, and I alkaline it like you're only supposed to hit it one time, and after you do it once, your water is alkalined. But I'll do it 3-4 times just to really make sure I got it alkalined up. So it starts 3 weeks ago at Bubba 199, and I'm like, oh my God, okay. Well, usually when it starts the journey. When it really starts hurting, that means it's starting its journey. It's usually at that point 7 to 10 days, and it's out. And so, and through, I don't know, Dan, what's it go from the kidney to the ureter? From the kidney to the urethra to the
you had it right. You had it right. There's kidney, ureter, bladder, urethra, and then meatus.
Well, right now, so that's the traveling. And then when it gets in the bladder, it doesn't really hurt until so it only hurts when it's going through the tubing. Mm-hmm. That's when it hurts. And,
And your lower tubing is much wider than your upper tubing.
So, Lummy, through all 14 of them, I always, the day before I'm going to pass it, my penis feels like that somebody's hooking up like a lighter to the end of it. Man. So on Sunday, Merch Crick and I are getting ready for bed, and it's about 6:30. We got a new show that we're watching, which you probably Netflix, Black Rabbit. Have you guys seen it?
No.
It's with Jason Bateman, the guy from Ozarks. Oh my God! And you know what? The good thing about it is it's a one-off. It's one season. I think 7 episodes. That's it, and you're done. Yeah, all my kidney stones are. I've determined now, and I never was a big believer on stress. Like, I always thought that was kind of a cop-out when people would say, well, stress causes this or causes that. And I would be like, listen, you pussy, life is stressful. Everybody has, everybody porpoises through life, ebbs and flows. And you just got, no.
Yeah, Hedman's got a bunch of kidney stones.
Yeah, exactly. And so I do believe in stress. Stress can affect your health. I really do. And I think all of my kidney stones, and I've gone through and kind of, mapped out every time I've had a kidney stone, and it's always during a stressful situation. Do you know the last time I had a kidney stone, Lummy?
When
I moved from Odessa to here.
Oh, wow.
That's the last time I had a kidney stone 5 years ago. So
really, it's been that long.
Yeah. So and
it moves to it, huh?
Yeah. And then the last time I had a kidney stone is when I moved from Tierra Verde to the trailer here. That was my kidney stone that episode.
Jesus.
So I think moving,
insult to injury, huh?
Moving is, and this is this latest move that we're in the middle of is the most stressful move of my entire life. Just because I'm moving, I'm building all new studios.
Life and work.
I mean, life and work. Life and work. So this is the most stressful move of all. So I've been dealing with this damn thing now going on 3 weeks. So Sunday night, my penis starts burning. So, I mean, it's just like clockwork. Every time that happens, the next day, I'm going to pass it. It's never failed. On all 14 of my kidney stones, when it burns, the next day I pass it.
But that was Sunday it burned.
I know. So listen. So I go yesterday, Monday, and I take my first pee of the morning at home. Nothing. But I can feel it. I can feel it.
Now, are you peeing like normal, or is it like you got your thumb in the hose?
No, it's not. It's tough. And I'm double flow maxing right now too. And so no, it's not. But it's
like a little split the stream,
and it's really dark, which means it's bloody.
Yeah.
So,
does it split the stream?
Not really. So, yesterday I go in and I'm peeing in a cup now because I'm trying to catch it, and so yesterday I'm like I'm gonna pass it. I go to pee, and my penis does what it always does right before it spits it out. Your penis kind of jacks like a shotgun, like it cocks. It goes, and then it goes poop, and it pops out. And it's like somebody just pulled the biggest splinter out of your foot. You're like, oh my! It's almost orgasmic.
So you had the howitzer, but no fire.
Yeah. So yesterday during the show or after the show, I go to pee. I got the howitzer, and nothing comes out, and I can feel it And right now it's.
Is that what you call? Is that what you texted me?
Yes. It's now. I've never had one stuck in my shaft.
Oh God.
And now I can right now.
Give me a hammer.
If I do a Kegel or anything right now, I can feel it, and it's right in that little maybe 3-inch shaft area, and I cannot get it out. And I.
Do you think I can break it with my hand?
Oh,
with my fingers?
No,
like
Dan.
break it apart?
No.
Can I check you?
No, I
really want to check this.
I don't want you to.
Please.
No.
Come on.
No.
I've never felt a stone in a urethra.
Yeah, well,
I'm really dying.
Even though you're my doctor and you've seen my penis before.
Come on.
Dan, no.
Maybe I can help get it out.
I'm not whipping out my wiener.
I'm not saying to whip it out on camera. I'm just talking about let's go in the back.
First of all, I'm not going to do it on camera like ever. And secondly,
I can get that thing opened up.
So
do a little 4-way stretch.
No.
We'll get that thing to go. Come on.
Just tell me the technique you would use on me, and I'll do it, myself. So that's where it is. It's literally in my shaft right now. It's in my shaft. I can feel it. If you take it and pinch your penis, the middle of it, which I don't got a lot. I only got about that much probably. But that's probably what, maybe 2-3 inches. I ain't got,
But it's gonna be like fishing the the tie strap through your sweatpants. Can't you just milk it through that way?
No, I've tried. I've tried trying to kind of manipulate it, and I've tried, and it stuck. So I'm just hoping to pound water. I got double alkaline going on. I'm pounding this stuff. I'm just pounding water.
Do you want an IV?
No, not yet. Because I called Dr. Mark, he's in Lakeland now, and he said, listen, if you go to the emergency room or you come over here to see me, he's the head of urology at the Watson Clinic. And he goes, if what we would do is we would take a grabber or a rod or whatever, and we would numb your penis. I'm like, what do you mean numb my penis? And
they squirt that numbing gel in there.
Yeah.
It's violent.
Mm-hmm. You've had it done before.
Uh-huh.
And would you do it again if you had your choice?
If it was either that or have a sand spur in the middle of my penis, I'd probably get that.
Yeah, but you know what? I can live with this sand spur for about a day or two.
Really?
Yeah, it hurts.
I can't believe you're doing that. Someone said use the penis pump to suck it out. Theoretically, that would work.
Well, the thing about a penis pump is it doesn't suck internally. It sucks externally.
Yeah.
So it doesn't. I mean, Dan, you use yours all the time. It does not. It's more of an exterior. It's like a blood pressure cuff.
But sometimes you can get, if you really look closely, you can get a little bit of prolapsing of your urethra at the meatus if you leave it on for 10 minutes. You know what I'm talking
10 minutes. I do sessions of 3 and 4 minutes, and I can barely take that.
3 or 4 minutes, you'll see it
no.
after 2 or 3 of them.
He's slowing down on the back
Wait, Doctor,
stretch.
do you do 10-minute sessions?
You do 10-minute sessions?
No, you do like 3 to 4, but 3 or 4 stacked.
Yeah, we do those too, but we don't go.
But that's what I'm saying, 10 minutes of it. But I'm saying after 10 minutes of it, not necessarily 10 straight.
By the way, I just want everybody to know that me, Lummy, and Dan have the same penis pump. And none of us are afraid to say that we use it and it works.
No.
Now, everybody else, like we tried to get Seth one, and he was like, no way. And I don't know if Macho Man's really interested in one or not. But
Gene said he
Lasker, whatever.
Yeah,
but,
accident.
But me, Lummy,
I can see that.
Me, Lummy, and Dan are intellectually honest about our penis pumps, and we're telling you, don't try to be like you're some Superman and you don't need it. It's like it's like exercising your penis, and Dan's a doctor, and he's telling you right now that it definitely helps.
Mm-hmm.
It helps for you.
No one says, Macho only has big muscles because he works out.
Right.
But he's got big muscles.
Yeah, but
however he got him. He's steroids, working out, God, his mom, who knows? But regardless, he's got big muscles.
Hold on. But
when you walk around with a sundial, no one cares how it got there. It's just a sundial.
Here's the deal. Macho Man couldn't have that big of a muscle if he didn't do something proactively to engage that muscle, right?
Yep.
I mean, he just, so if you don't do something with your penis as you get older and you just let it, just sit there OEM stock, it's not going to be as good as if you, exercised it. It's like anything. I mean, your penis is kind of like a muscle, and isn't it, Dan? I mean, it's kind of, it acts like a muscle, and the more that you exercise it and, and do with things like the penis pump and stuff, the better chance you got not to have atrophy. And there's no downside.
Use it or lose it, kid. And that's like every part of your body. That's the reason I ended up doing triathlons, because I wanted to start running, because I didn't want my legs to become like a vestigial organ, like my appendix, shrivel up and fall off. So if you ignore your penis,
whatever you just said, I'm 100% involved.
If you ignore your penis, it's going to ignore you the next time you call on him.
Grouper Lip says if Dan's doing it 10 minutes, he's got to be a foot long by now.
Just 8.
I mean, so I'm just saying, Lummy, I guarantee you that when we do it, we don't top it out. I bet you Dan tops it out.
I guarantee you.
I'm tickling it.
Yeah, I think that you're touching
it's
the
like
upper limits. You're touching the ceiling of the unit, and me and Lummy are just on that first warning track. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I'm just happy to.
Lummy, we're a fly ball that's about 385 in dead center, and Dan's 435 and clearing the fence.
Yeah, he's got a home run every time.
You and I are getting caught at the warning track in just an easy, simple fly ball. His is a bomb. His is a what's the judge's? Aaron Judge 435 bomb to center. So anyway, man, I got my. And I can feel it right now. Like, I can literally feel that. So, Dan, I'm thinking, like, this might be a big one.
It's got to be, dude. There's no way something can get trapped like that mid-shaft. I mean, I can't believe you're even dealing with it. So, since it got trapped, have you been able to urinate?
Yeah.
How red is it?
It's not
painful. Red. It's more like
brown and coffee grounds.
It's kind of like this is a nutritional ketone drink that I drink every day, but my urine kind of looks like that. Kind of like, yeah, it's real orange.
Are you that dehydrated?
No, I'm that blood. You got to think that thing has ripped the lining of my ureter or my urethra, and
your urethra is like the inside of my eyeball.
Right, and then what's that last little stretch called?
The meatus.
I'm at the meatus right now. I'm stuck in the meatus. Stuck in the meatus.
I'm just kind of
stuck in the meatus with you.
I'm a little
stuck
surprised.
in the meatus with you. Who sang it? Stuck in the middle with you. Who sang it?
I don't know, but I like it
Dan,
from. I like the song
Stuck
from
in the
Reservoir
middle
Dogs.
with you. I don't know. Hey Alexa, who sang "Stuck in the Middle with You"?
Joe Egan and Jerry Rafferty sang in "Stuck in the Middle with You" by Steelers Wheel.
Yeah, I was right. Steel Wheel. I thought it was Steely Dan. Steel Wheel. I think it was the only hit they had. Remember, "Stuck in the Middle with You."
Yeah.
Can't play it. We get a copyright.
Immortalized by the Reservoir Dogs torture video.
So I'm currently stuck in it's in my meatus. So is that the last tubing that like goes, from like your pelvis down your shaft and into your gland and out and out is your meatus?
Yep, that's a trash chute.
That's where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never had, once it got to the meatus, I always had that, little shotgun effect, and it spit right on out, like, and I don't know. I'm gonna go one more day. I'm gonna go one more day because it hurts and I can feel it in there. I can feel it, and when you see them, they're like little crystallizations, and they got little spike. They're almost identical to a sand spur.
Yeah, they do look like sand spurs. I have to agree with you there, Bubba.
Yep.
Sand spurs or like a piece of like granite that chipped off.
Yes. Or like
they're either spiky or they're real rocky looking, like the moon.
They're either real spiky or real rocky.
I've never seen the excitement level on Dr. Dan to want to help you more than tug on your penis
and smash it with his fingers.
Exactly, and just like fondle it so much. Like he feels.
I didn't say anything about fondling.
Here's the deal.
I didn't say anything about fondling.
And he's a doctor, so it wouldn't be considered fondling.
It wouldn't be a fondle.
But it would be. It
would be an extraction.
If it was a regular man that didn't go to law, that didn't go to medical school, and didn't have that medical degree hanging up on that wall, then it would be a fondling.
Like if the tall homeless guy came in and was helping you,
it would be fondling.
That would be fondling.
Now Dan's gonna have have to fondle and be able to do his medical type procedure. It all involves fondling, but since he's a doctor, it's not under the fondling umbrella.
Isn't that
so to
nice?
speak.
I can
Yeah.
not have to call it fondling
Yes.
because I'm a doctor. Trust me.
And let me tell you something.
I'm a
If I
doctor.
do have to have my penis fondled in a medical type fondling way, I'm gonna let Dan do it. I'm not driving all the way to Lakeland. So I might be coming over to your office. You know,
I'm in surgery today, so I have to break scrub and do it.
I'm not. Today's not in play.
Okay.
But like Thursday, Friday, that would be the day I might.
Would you have Jennifer assist?
No.
Oh, yeah,
no.
definitely.
Dan, I don't
Definitely.
want Jennifer looking
Get
at
the
my wiener.
paperclip penis
Dan,
holder.
Dan,
What?
I swear to God, if I come over there Thursday or Friday because I finally can't take it anymore and I want to get this handled, it's just going to be me and you. Nobody
Really?
else.
No Krista?
No.
Krista.
No, I don't even. I'm not even bringing the merch crick.
How about Melissa?
No, I don't want
I don't know.
anybody. No, I don't want it because my wiener is not going to be in its best state. It's going to be in. It's actually when you got a kidney stone in your ween. That's the worst that your ween could be in. You know, that'd be like no, absolutely not. And if you do, you're thrown off the show. I fire you. That's how I just got to
It's
be.
one way to get out of that 45-minute drive.
I want you to stay on this channel.
More bullying and brutality after this.
That's real nice.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Good morning, attack a
How
dog.
excited you got? I was just thinking, like, I come out of the door, I don't know, you're in Bubba's bathroom, and you're just like down there, just.
It's like that video that you and I made for the Rocky video.
Yeah.
Sophia walking on.
Exactly.
It's so funny.
Yeah,
I still love that scene.
you and your towel, just
You know,
taking one to
I had a milkshake with her and her boyfriend last night at like 9:30.
Oh.
She's like, "You want to have a milkshake with me?" And I'm not gonna say his name.
Yeah, don't say his name, please do not.
Tall, good-looking kid.
I know that's a great kid, but
No,
let's
it's a
just-
kid.
Let's not
I don't want to like.
let's be total kayfabe when it comes to who your daughter's dating. Let's not even go there
Right.
because these fucking trolls will kill us.
Yeah. Attack of the dog, Black Guy Cali, Buck Bull, Trey. I'm gonna call you the police. Group of Lips, Glow Bug. Good morning. Jesse. Penny Jacks. Mike from Mass. KD Zog. Jordan Fike. Snook Slayer. Happy Jasper. Apex NYC. Andrew Capados. Bright Farm. John's Island. Ned Scissorps. Greg from New York. Robert Lowy. I see Berto. Jeff Quay Kendall. 5. Rogerson. Fuck you. Cook. Johnny K. Steel. Slinger. Semi-Hourglass. Jeffrey Dunn. Oshak. Art Hutchison. Rick James. Jeff Pearson. Underground Sicko. FTE Texas. Let me go back in. Uncle Rocky. Mike from Massachusetts. Grabba the spur, grabba. That's funny, Katie.
You know, Julia, are you able to
What?
skate?
Skate, like ice skate, snow skate, ice skate. Enough that I can get through it. I can't like glide backwards like a hockey player as breaking points coming in, but I can skate.
You can get around.
So Dan, how shady is it that the Clearwater PD will not release Hogan's autopsy to Brooke unless she signs an NDA, and the autopsy was performed by his primary physician, that Fitzgerald guy, and he did every aspect of it, including making changes as late as last week.
You know what I would do?
What?
Who's the NDA with?
I guess it's with the Hogan estate.
So the Hogan estate doesn't want it released?
Yeah.
Do they have control?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what the liquidation clause is on it.
Wonder if what?
If you violate it.
I don't know. But I mean, his daughter can.
I mean, I'd sign it and then violate it, and then challenge it. Because it could be illegal if they're doing it. If they're doing it to hide illegal behavior, it could be defeated in court.
Yeah. So I mean, like it's
because an NDA is got no strength when a prosecutor's asking you about it.
Okay. Yeah. So an NDA.
So that's how you violate it. You violate it under oath during testimony. That's the NDA violation without violating it. Because they all have a clause that says unless law enforcement.
Have you ever found yourself needing a tractor, something for agriculture and landscaping, area work platforms, a generator, an excavator? If you need it, they got it. And it all starts and stops with going to rentpro.com. 4 locations: Quitman, Georgia; Tallahassee, Florida; Ocala, Florida; and Gainesville, Florida. Again, go to rentpro.com to find the one nearest you. Whether you need to buy it, whether you need to rent it, you can apply for credit, you can put in a rental request, and it all starts and stops with my boys at rentpro.com. Tell them Bubba Army.
Let's get down to business.
If you were locked away in an insane asylum,
maybe it's time you let me get on with my job.
this is what it would sound like.
I don't think that Americans would find that funny.
No, it is not a joke.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Turn to the...
Oh, not bad. Hold on. Stand by. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Appreciate you. If you want, not, no big deal. Listen to the show. Watch the show for free. There's just so many different places you can find it pretty much uniformly across all platforms at The Bubba Army. Facebook's been on fire. YouTube's been on fire. Lummy and Gary Cantrell's got Instagram and TikTok and X. I think it might have been X or Instagram or somebody. Lummy, you might know more about it. They did a big purge and got rid of all these people that had bots and stuff. And so a lot of people, I forget which.
It was Instagram.
And guess what?
And so X did it a little bit ago.
We didn't lose nothing. Nothing. And so, yeah, I mean, like we got some great momentum going.
Because every bot's been taught not to follow you.
Yeah, exactly. Bots hate me too. So this to me is just, maybe I'm being a little hypocritical, and I'll go ahead and call myself out with regards to, if I'm going to analyze how Trump dressed, the words that Trump, and this is not a political segment now. But you know what? I'm tired of people saying to you that we can't talk about politics. Everybody talks about politics. We'll talk about politics when politics are in play. Otherwise, we'll talk about other things.
And by the way, just like we talk about colors, if you don't like the color blue and you prefer the color red, no one's going to call you the devil.
No.
So I think that people attack others quite too often these days because they just have a different political view. Different political views have been around this country for over 250 years, and it doesn't require a call to arms because someone likes abortion and someone doesn't like abortion. Get over yourselves, guys.
So
Jesus Christ.
So anyway, yesterday I was critical of Trump using dirt while addressing or answering an African American woman's question. I thought it might have been not necessarily the right choice. And, listen, I'm all for what he's doing with the Washington and the Lincoln memorials. And
did you see a picture of it finished?
Yes. Well, no, it's not finished yet. They're in the middle of.
That's just like AI stuff.
They drained it. Yeah, they drained it, and they're actually They're in the middle of painting instead of having just a concrete floor. They drained it all, Dan. Now they're actually painting it what Trump describes as American blue.
Which is beautiful.
And they're going to paint the floor blue, which will automatically make it look blue.
It pops. Have you ever seen a pool that's got a painted bottom?
Yes.
It makes a huge difference.
Yes, absolutely.
It's. I'm surprised more people don't do it because it can be so beautiful. That's why pool services are so important.
So anyway, I was a little critical of, and I still stand by that he could have handled that way more, presidentially, or way more. He just could have handled it better. He really did. He doesn't need to call people stupid when they're just doing their job. He doesn't need to do that. It's not a good look. And it was a stupid question. But, you can be, I just think he would get farther with, potentially people that support and like him if he just wasn't always such a prick. But that's him. But this particular situation, I don't know if the guy is going to lose his job. I know that they fined the team $5,000. So if you know anything about hockey, hockey's got a junior division in Canada.
Is this like the minor leagues, or is it for kids?
Well, this is where like almost half of all players in the NHL come from the Canadian junior. So
it's a big farming league.
Yes.
For the NHL. Okay.
Yeah, and it's for kids like 13 to 17.
Understood.
And so, that's
so it's not for like a guy that's like nursing an injury, coming back, not quite ready, goes down there like the minors for a few weeks.
No,
so
that way he would go to like an IHL or like the Lightning's our minor league system. I think is a Syracuse Crunch. Is that it, Lummy?
Yeah, we got that one. Yeah, one of them.
The Orlando Solar Bears.
Yeah.
So that's the next level, I think. And so this guy here, he's an old guy. He's an old guy, and he's a scout for this one particular team. And they're interviewing him, this show called Hockey Game Day. And it's and listen, in Canada, they can't get enough hockey. So they even have shows about the juniors. And this junior league system, I think, consists of 3 divisions, and they actually let me have like drafts where they're drafting middle schoolers, like
that's crazy.
Yeah, and so and so if you're that good, I guess your talent, you would have, your talent appears fairly early on when you're like 13 to 16.
Yeah, they're recruiting hard at that age.
Yes,
for
and
hockey.
so at that point, they are recruiting you to go to what they call the juniors, the junior league, of Canada. So this guy here, his name's Terry Boner or Bonner. It's Bonner. Would that be Bonner or Boner?
Probably Bonner.
So he's a scout. He's been a scout for I think like 30 years.
He's 85.
And he's 85 years old. And
the only boner he's seen is his name.
Well, he's 85, okay?
Okay.
And you know how 85-year-old men are?
Yeah.
I mean, like your dad and things like that. 85-year-old men are, they still got,
they were around during the First World War. They know what it's like to have actual existential threats.
Well, and they also, it was a different time and how you spoke to people, and just it's a different time. They didn't have to worry about like if you told a woman she was pretty or beautiful. And so this scout is on Hockey Game Today TV, and they're talking about, he's like been this scout for I don't know how long. He's 85 years old. And they're talking about this one particular kid. I think he's 13 or 14. And this guy, talks about how good he is. But when they ask him the question, he says to the woman, "You're very pretty." That's it. You're very something. Let me play it.
I think he's a good looking. He says a good looking or something.
Yeah, something very just really not a big deal. and they have. I think they fired him.
No, he's not fired, but they did fine him. They
fined him $5,000.
Yeah,
and put him on like he's in trouble.
Yeah,
he's in trouble. And now listen, if this was like a creepy 29-year-old dude, that just in the delivery of what he said was creepy and sounded creepy, then I get it. I get it. I could see where this woman could be offended, the network could be offended, the league could be offended, and people could jump in and potentially, do something. But when you're 85 years old, I think there comes a certain amount of respect, that you need to give an old timer that's lived their life far longer than we have and lived in a way different era than we did, and maybe might not be up with what is now not cool and what. And by the way, I don't think there's anything wrong with this at all. Here it is. Let me just play it, and then we can start dissecting it further.
On a huge pick in Eli Vickers at 3rd overall. You must have been confident you could get him at 3. What made him a fit for the Giants organization?
Well, thank you very much. You're a good-looking girl. Well, first and foremost,
for the leader.
You're a good-looking girl.
That's it. Thank you so much. You're a good-looking girl. Hold on one more time. Just and maybe it is creepy because it's Grandpa, but I think it takes. I think the guy is completely harmless, and I think you got to give the guy a little bit of wiggle room due to the fact that he's 85. He doesn't necessarily know the Me Too movement like you're supposed to, and I don't think that it's delivered in a creepy way. He didn't. It was a 3 or 4 second fleeting statement. And I think that they're kind of giving Grandpa kind of a bad deal here.
You must have been confident you could get him at 3. What made him a fit for the Giants organization?
Well, thank you very much. You're a good-looking girl. Well, first and foremost.
So, that's it. Thank you very much, you good-looking girl. Now, is there anybody that has a problem with this?
No.
Enough.
What if he said that, to the guys, you're a handsome man and you're a good-looking girl?
You guys are a cute couple.
Yeah.
I don't.
Put that together.
Yeah. I don't even.
I'm gay. I don't talk about my sex.
I don't know. Is it really that big of a deal?
I don't think so, dude. I'm so tired of people being overly offended over nothing.
$5,000.
Hold on. Thank you very much, you good-looking girl. That's it. Mm-hmm. You're gonna give Grandpa a $5,000 fine.
It's Canada, dude.
Well, you know what?
Everyone's super polite there.
Well, no, they're super woke there.
And they're also super polite. So anything short of perfect manners.
So let me ask you a question. Why couldn't somebody take that as being polite?
Yeah.
Or being, like you're giving somebody a compliment.
I think it's polite. Hey, she didn't say hey, that's a nice camel toe. He just said you're a pretty girl.
How about those jugs you're sporting?
Yeah, I can see your nips.
How about those headlights that are out?
Oh my God, I need my sunglasses. You're blinding me with your headlights.
Am I in Egypt? Because I think I see a camel.
The commissioner of the league came out and said
is that the Grand Canyon between your breasts?
The remarks are not reflective.
Dan and I are giving you all the examples of Dan and I are giving you all the examples of what would not be cool, and we're actually giving you creepy type scenarios.
Want to go motorboating?
Yeah. Oh my God, can I go? Are those two Evan Rude 150s on each side? Because I want a motorboat, buddy.
Here, turn around. I want to see you arch your back and stick that ass out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That point's too far?
So let me. What's the commissioner saying?
He just said that it's not they reflect the organization's standards of respect and inclusion.
Oh my God! I don't think. You know what? I don't
think. Did I tell you about my penis prosthetic surgery?
Have I told you?
Pumps. The left side pumps it up. The right side deflates it. You want to try?
So anyway, let me
go with science.
The commissioner steps in and. That's not what we're about with regards to inclusion. And I don't think that she even has really made a comment or this was not in lieu of her making a complaint or I think even publicly saying that she was uncomfortable. I just think that everybody stepped in and started hitting this guy with, fines and things like that.
The commissioner said that they received a couple complaints about it.
Okay, but not from her.
No, it was
not from the host.
No.
Now, I can see if the host said, listen, I really felt uncomfortable. Grandpa kind of creeped me out. Okay, I get it. Maybe potentially you got to do something because she said something. But if, chances are, let me a couple of troll ass, troll. You know what? Which just goes to show you, even Grandpa, our whole society is a troll infrastructure, and it doesn't matter whether you're an 85-year-old grandpa that's a hockey scout in Canada, or you're a radio personality or content provider like me. They're just gonna kill you. And so we got a couple complaints, and so come on, man. I stumbled upon this late last night. I tossed and turned all night. I didn't get any sleep because of this damn stuck in my.
Did you try ice or heat? Does either one help?
No. What's it called? My meatus. My meatus. Because I got a sand spur in my meatus. I tossed and turned. I didn't get any sleep hardly last night. I almost called Lummy in for a best of deal because I just got to sleep about 2:15. Oh. So I got about an hour's worth of sleep. My alarm goes off, and Merch Crit goes, "Do you think you should maybe call Lummy and do a best of?" And I'm like, "No, I mean, yeah, but no. I mean, if I can get my ass up and get going here."
Like, are you good till 10 no matter what now at this point?
Yeah, at this point.
Nothing's going to happen to
I'm good
disrupt things?
I'm good till 10. Then I got to run over to Tom Beans, grab something, and then I'm going home and probably just, I don't know.
Would a bath help? Does a bath help?
I don't have a bath.
You don't have a bath?
I don't have a bathtub. Mm-mm.
What about like a pool, like soaking in the pool?
I don't know.
It's got to be warm because it helps relax.
Yes, it has to be warm.
You want that thing because sometimes in the bathhouse it sort of floats.
So anyway,
no gravity.
I found this last night, and Dan, you are going to champion this more than anybody. And listen, I've always been a huge George Carlin fan. I could kick myself in the ass when I was in San Antonio at KTFM. I had an opportunity to meet him, and I blew it off. The KTFM and KTSA. KTSA was our talk show, the AM portion of KTFM. KTFM was 102.7. I did nights there, and George Carlin came to San Antonio, sold out like a 3,000 or 4,000 seat venue, and we were the presenting station, or at least our AM station was the KTSA, because it skewed, it was talk and it skewed older. And so we had Sonny Melendez. He was the big Sling and D morning guy. Him and a bunch of dudes from the station, had set up a meet and greet before the performance, which involved 15 or 20 minutes and getting to take pictures with George and ask him a few questions. And it was limited to 10 to 12 people. Well, I had an opportunity. I was invited to that. Hey, listen, Bubba, get here. I think the concert started at 8. But if you wanted to go to the meet and greet, you had to get there at 7:15. The meet and greet was from 7:15 to 7:30. And then at 7:30, you'd make your way. And we had third, fourth row tickets. Then you'd make your way and, sit down for 15, 20 minutes, and the show would start. So I'm running late. Probably because I'm, trying to get Lori Flores, that chick that I had a crush on.
Of course.
Trying to get her to go with me. She wouldn't. I went by myself. And I got there late. I didn't get there till 7:30. So I just go right to my seats. Everybody from my station had already been back and met him, George Carlin. And they're like, "Oh my God, he is just amazing. Absolutely amazing." Took time and, asked us about our, what we do and, just about life in general and what we thought about different things. And then I proceeded to, be third or fourth row during his spoken word monologue comedic presentation, and it was an hour and 50 minutes, and it was one of the most unbelievable things I've ever witnessed ever. Watching him live that close and just watching him work the room and watching he's just so brilliant. He's, in my opinion,
very smart and very insightful.
Oh my God,
I liked his humor, and he had no fear.
None. No topic, blacks, abortion, racism. It didn't matter what. Let me see here.
Most comedians now, including the Kevin Harts, are such pussies because they're afraid to make any kind of joke with any kind of controversy.
I will tell you this: I watched the Cat Williams portion of the Kevin Hart roast.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't even play it on the air. It's so filthy, but God, it's so funny. Oh my God, it's so funny. anyway, let me when we return, because I'm really trying to make an effort to stay on time, and there's a reason for it, but I cannot get into why I'm really trying to hit my windows. Yeah, I'm trying to hit my windows a little bit better than I usually do. So, and there's a reason for that, but I can't get into it with the public. I can talk to you guys privately about
perfect.
it. And you probably know.
Yes.
Yeah. So when I come back, I found this, and it's, Dan, George Carlin breaks down white people, black people, and Native American Indians. He breaks it down. I mean, it's some of the most brilliant stuff in the world. And if we would just listen to what he's saying and live our lives and speak in that manner when we're talking about African Americans, Native Americans, and Caucasian people. If we would just go by his reasoning. Have you ever seen George Carlin do a monologue, Dan, and you're like, oh my God, that's brilliant. You know, he starts out and then he ends up somewhere and you're like, oh my God, he is so brilliant.
Yes, that's why I said he's a very smart comic. You know, Seinfeld would do that. Seinfeld would do that to a point, but Carlin was more irreverent.
Oh yeah, I think exactly. Two different deliveries, but both brilliant men.
But organized, and it all loops together.
Let me Mushroom Mitch 20 on the PayPal. Thank you, Mushmouth. Thank you, Mushmouth Mitch. Appreciate it. Venmo's been running a little bit. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App's been running a little scarce lately. I think, Lummy, we drained them from the birthday party.
We did.
Yeah, we did. So listen. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There is some advantages to being a subscriber on our YouTube channel, though. We are putting some exclusive content up there.
Yes.
That you can't get otherwise, and you're allowed to participate in chat if you'd like to, too. Do you notice how much better chat has been? And listen, I don't need people blowing smoke up my ass. You can disagree with me. You just don't have to be mean-spirited or personal about it. I'm not going to just sit here and look at people calling me a fat, cross-eyed, cuckold, And Lummy, you actually started having a conversation with me earlier today.
Yes.
And you're like, Bubba.
I don't get it.
You know what? We'll get into that, too.
Okay.
Your observation that you made to me today, and George, that's from Mushroom Mitch.
Iggy McGillicuddy, $20.
Thank you, Iggy. Thank you, Iggy. The George Carlin gimmick, and then the little heart-to-heart talk that me and Lummy had next.
The voice of reason has spoken. More Bubba the Love Sponge after this.
Bubba, Greg's picking up the tabletop gimmick. He wants to know if you want him to just keep it at his place until you're ready for it to be installed, or to get it done today.
No. Tell him just to keep it at his place until he can work out, until it's convenient for him to install.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Johnny K. I'll come back with it, Johnny K. Fire up the PayPal, my boy Johnny K.
Thank you, Iggy.
Thank you, Iggy. Thank you,
Definitely done for $10.
Thank you, Mushroom Mitch.
Gotta get me one of those pumps. So, Bubba, you didn't see the Tony Hinchcliffe George Floyd joke on the Kevin Hart roast?
Is it something I can play?
I mean, I would maybe hot mic and Woo,
muffler. Thank you.
I messaged it to you.
Well, I mean, yeah.
So Simpson gets on base, then steals, gets a balk the second, and then steals over home. Yeah, they get nervous. They really do get nervous. They want to scare kids. That's the thing, full of shit, but I've been saying that for years. He said, you got rid of small ball.
small ball buns and steels. The way that
Right now, they put that down for a few years, didn't they?
Everyone did. People stopped thinking then they were doing shifts and no bunts. I'm like, why isn't if you bunt you over, get some speed on there, and then steal them over, and you get guys.
And Israel should be aware that this will bring them nothing but shame. America and Israel should be aware that this will bring them nothing but shame. Our great nation, who are now mourning this great martyr, must foil the enemy's evil plans by being present in mosques and on the streets.
You can tell they don't.
Oh, the defensive response isn't good, is what you're saying, because they're not used to it.
Yeah. So like back in the day, when we used to work on that, like almost every other practice was like, where'd you go? If you guys it's like kid, kind of bunt, if you go to the left side or right side, but then we'd also work on
All the scenarios of what to do, where to go.
We'd also work on where to put our buttons down. First baseline, get it down, because if the third baseman's charging up, obviously you want to go to first. If you're batting first, your first baseman's going to hold it. So you want to push it that way. If the first baseman's playing up a little bit because there's no one on first, I almost want to direct it to third, especially if there's a guy at second, because he's going to have to cover third. So that means that shortstop is either going to have to run over to get third if third baseman comes up. So you got to always be. That's why they don't know what they're doing now.
Well,
Organic G,
it seems like no one has an answer for them.
Good.
Except the National League Central. At their ass.
Yeah.
Ooh, she's a beast. Jay Fish, Greg Jean, USC Hockey, Steve Thurston. Biggie.
Jean's a member. Thank you.
Throw up your rock fist when I drop this. Bubba's back to tell it like it really is. Back to the sponge. Bubba the Love Sponge.
Thank you so much for the donation, Mushroom Mitch, like I said earlier, and the John Costica, Valparaiso, Indiana, 100. That's how he rolls, my friend. Breaking that cherry. Breaking my PayPal cherry today. Thank you, lover.
Jeffrey Dunn, $10. Iggy McGillicuddy, $20.
Thank you. So, wait, this is so brilliant. I was going to skip the guy's intro. But I'll just let him set it up. This guy, I got it from this guy's channel.
I play this from time to time because George Carlin was so absolutely correct.
How I handle some of these speech issues concerning minorities. First of all, I say...
Now, hold on, Dan. This is like, you're just going to be like, oh my God. This is the best. This is the absolute best. So brilliant. God. I wish I would have not been late that day and I could at least say I met the dude. Not that he'd ever remember me, but at least having a picture with him would be cool.
Yeah.
You know?
Black. I say black because first of all, I say black I say black because most black people prefer black. I don't say people of color because it's dishonest. It means precisely the same thing as colored people, which is an insult. So if you're not willing to say colored people, you shouldn't be willing to say people of color. And besides, to me, the whole idea of color seems a bit specious, really. I mean, what should we call white people? People of no color? Isn't pink a color? And in fact, white people are not really white at all. They're different shades of pink and olive and beige. In other words, they're colored.
But right? I mean, Dan,
absolutely.
He was so smart.
And he brings up a good point. You know, saying people of color is just as racist as saying colored people.
Yeah, that's what he said. You know, and Dan, do you think he was like upper level IQ genius?
Oh, he absolutely had a high IQ.
I mean, yeah.
He was an intelligent man. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he wrote a lot of his stuff too.
He wrote everything. He did not like Charlie Murphy.
Eddie Murphy had writers.
Well, Eddie Murphy, his brother, wrote for Richard Pryor, and a lot.
The Wayans wrote his Delirious and Raw was written by the Wayans brothers.
Yes, George Carlin did not have writers. In fact, George Carlin, and you can find various excerpts. He would write this. And maybe Lumby can find it for him, but if not, no big deal. He said that he would write his monologue for the night. And then he would get high. He would get high on weed. And, back then, man, weed was really demonized. You know what I'm saying? Like, weed is way cooler and socially acceptable in today's circles than it was in the, 70s. And he would get high, and then he called it, I would then redo my monologue, and I would punch it up a little bit. Because weed opened up a certain part of my brain that normally, wasn't, was just kind of kick-started by weed. So he would write it without being high, then he'd get high and do what he'd call a punch-up. I'd punch it up after I was high.
Black people are rarely black. I see mostly various shades of brown and tan, and in fact, some light-skinned black people are darker than the darkest white people.
Like you, Dan. Like, you're darker and with your heritage than some African-American people. Right? I mean, you're a very.
I'm dark.
Yeah, you're very.
I'm as dark as a lot of Spanish people.
Right.
A lot of people from like Dominican and.
That's what he's saying.
Southern Haitians
are lighter than the darkest white people. Look how dark the people in India are. They're dark brown, but they're considered white. May I see the color chart, please? People of color is an awkward phrase that obscures meaning rather than enhancing it. What shall we call fat people? People of size? I also don't say African Americans. I find it cumbersome and confusing. Which part of Africa are we talking about? Egypt? Egypt is in Africa, but Egyptians aren't black.
By the way, my sister's husband is Egyptian, and he is technically African American.
Mm-hmm.
They're like the people in India. They're dark brown white people, but they're Africans. So why wouldn't an Egyptian citizen who becomes an Egyptian who becomes a U.S. citizen be called an African American? The same would apply to South Africa. Suppose a white racist from South Africa becomes an American citizen. Couldn't he call himself an African American?
I mean, you really got to you got to really think about what he's saying, but but it's true.
If for no other reason than just to bother black people. And what about a black person born in South Africa who becomes an American citizen? Is he an African American or is he a South African American? Or is he simply a South African American African American? It's just so much more tedious liberal labeling. Liberals should be taught that labels divide people, and I think we could probably do with fewer labels, not more.
I wonder what George Carlin would think about today's times.
Oh, God.
With the Black Lives Matter and the Me Too and just the overall.
Well, the label, we got to think of corporate world.
If you take woke, Black Lives Matter, and the Me Too movement, and then the cancel culture, I wonder what George Carlin would write. Like, I think he might be having a heyday with all this nonsense.
Yeah, just because he says less labels. Well, you got to think in corporate America now, you have to have your pronouns, he, she, or they.
Oh, he'd go. Oh my God.
Oh, he'd have a great pronoun routine.
He'd have an unbelievable pronoun routine. I promise you, he would.
Now, one more group, the Indians. I call them Indians because that's what they are. They're the Indians.
And he's so brilliant upon knowing the heritage, where they came from. It's just like he's so well read. In order to be able to blurt out the statistics and the things that he says, he has to have learned them, and he's absolutely brilliant.
There's nothing wrong with the word. First of all, it's important to know that Indian, that word probably does not derive from Columbus believing he had reached India in 1492. India was called Hindustan. More likely, the word derives from Columbus's description of the people he found here. He was an Italian who spoke very poor Spanish, and in his written accounts, he called the Indians una gente in Dios, a people in God. In God, in Dios, Indians. It's a perfectly noble thing. And I simply can't justify this awkward phrase, Native Americans. First of all, they're not natives. They came here from Asia over the Bering Land Bridge. In fact, there are no natives anywhere in the world. Everyone is from somewhere else.
I mean,
George Carlin, he has missed, and he hit it with COVID.
I mean, was he not dead on, Dan?
100%. I agree with everything he said.
Dead, and you know what? Instead, this is what we have. This is what our society has become. This makes me sick to my stomach. Did you see this?
No, I don't.
So this mom, she's got her baby, and I guess this group of girls in her neighborhood had a problem with her for whatever reason or not. And these girls look to be about maybe between the ages of 15 and maybe 19.
I thought you were going to say they're between the weights of 170 and 285.
They are big bodies. They're big they're Escalades. You know, they're not sports cars. They're big SUVs, and they start like. I don't know if everybody thinks, like, every fight now is a complete UFC ass whipping. Like, it's like, I don't know, man.
Remember, Bubba, when we were kids, once the guy went down, you'd stop, wait for him to get back up because there was a sense of honor.
And then you'd ask him, hey, you want to keep going? And he'd go like, no. And then you'd be like, okay, you're good. No. So here's what the most disturbing thing of all. These girls attack this mom.
Oh, they attacked the mom.
Yeah, this is a mom. This is a mom that these teenage girls are attacking. And when they first hit her, she kind of drops her infant. And you'll see the infant get dropped kind of on the grass here. And it's not like a heavy drop. She just kind of places him. And then this kid looks to be about 16 or 17-year-old. Makes me want to cry. Comes in and kicks the kid in the head.
Oh, Jesus.
Wait till you want. So you can see that now. Can you see the kid get kind of dropped to the side? Now the kid's crying. The kid gets up. Now watch this.
Oh,
that is what? Maybe a 15-year-old boy. Yep. And you gotta if I'm Bubba Judd and this is happening in my jurisdiction, I'm absolutely using every resource I know to identify at least the boy. At least the boy, and I'm putting you in jail until stupid ass prosecutors or judges let you loose. That's the problem with our country right now. You know what the problem with our country is? These judges and prosecutorial misconduct and soft ass judges are about at least half of our problems in America right now. Judges that let these people that shouldn't be out, and prosecutors that don't prosecute them or give them probation with bad people like this. Kicks a kid in the head, and then they just start kicks a mom in the head, dragging her down. That's what's wrong. One of the things. It just makes me sick to my stomach. So here he is.
We treat each other like we're animals, and it's disgusting.
Speaking of an animal, I got the biggest animal ever right here. And this guy, Dan, so a television station got the exclusive on Warren. You know, Warren Sapp was in the news yesterday, trying to be an asshole, walking up to the city of Hollywood.
Well, he's an auditor now, Bubba.
Yeah, he's an auditor now. In fact, in this segment, Dan, he says, I thought my calling was to teach young kids how to play defensive line, alluding probably to the Colorado job he had, as defensive line coach.
Yeah.
But I've now figured out that I can teach young African, and I think he specifically says African American or black. I think my calling is to, I could be wrong, but if I remember right, I watched this late last night. I think he says my calling is to teach young black men or whoever to use your cell phone. That's the greatest gift you can have, is to take out your cell phone and start asking police officers for their badge number and their supervisor and things like that. So he now feels as if he can do, that's his calling in life.
Oh.
And I started watching this interview. It's 4 minutes long, so it's rather lengthy, but it's absolutely textbook sap. Now, 99% of my audience, regardless of where you're watching us from, whether you're listening to us on AM 820, Panama City 1015, 1011, 1031 in Fort Walton Beach, out in at our good friend Lynn, out in Phoenix. So no matter where, or obviously Facebook, YouTube, X, Instagram, all of the places, regardless of where you're getting me, whether you're hearing it live or you hear it later on today on a replay, 99% of everybody that is listening to this at one time or another, you've never met Warren Sapp. You've never had any interactions with him. And for those 3 people in this room right now that have all had extensive, well, at least me and Dan. Lummy, I don't know that you've had a lot of interactions with him.
No,
but
small amounts.
Me and Dan have had extensive interactions with him, to the point where, when he was a nicer person, and what him and Dan were actually, Dan was so close to Warren that Warren flew Dan out for the Pro Bowl one year to Hawaii, and then when he got inducted to the Hall of Fame, Dan was his guest. So
he did not fly me out to the Pro Bowl, but I did go to his Hall of Fame.
I thought I thought you flew out to the Pro
Derek
Bowl.
Brooks.
So anyway, Dan, that's a close friend. That is a close friend when you're asking your friend to come watch you receive your highest honor. Like, that's the highest honor that'll ever be bestowed upon him. It's the highest honor that any man.
Unless he gets like a Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Yeah. I don't think that's going to happen.
They give those out for the highest bidders
I
anyway.
completely, at this point, Dan, I'm still on the Trump train. I'm a little critical, but I will completely jump off the Trump train, and just not even vote if Trump, just want to let you know, my next honor of American freedom goes to a great American that likes to hold municipalities accountable, the great Warren Sapp, ladies and gentlemen.
I think everyone would jump off that train.
Yeah.
Well, we always have President Harris that can do it.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. That's not going to happen either. Maybe President Gavin Newsom.
President Newsom?
Yeah. So anyway, anybody that's had any extensive interaction will see that this is absolutely classic SAP 101. And what it does is, when you ask him a question, he interrupts you, he bullies you, and you only can get about half of your question in before he takes it over and manipulates it and turns it around to make it about him. He is probably the number one interrupter, and you can't even have a conversation with him because you're like, so Warren, okay, I understand. So what about, and then you start telling your question and he interrupts you, stops you, and then reworks it to be on you.
And then his position is concrete.
Yeah.
Like, he will not budge a millimeter from his position once he establishes it.
So when you watch this, Dan, you'll have oh my God, I've been through this little dance before, because it's
a dance, just like you're saying. It's a dance. It's weird, and you get stuck in it. It's like being on a ride you can't get off.
And he's so it's his go-to. I don't know that he can actually sit down and have you speak, I speak.
No, he can. He can. Absolutely. He's had that before. But all too often he falls back to this.
Yeah, it's
a shame, because he's a smart guy.
Well, but when I play this, you're going to be like, oh my God, you're going to start having flashbacks. You're going to start having flashbacks, because this is how he rolls.
Think I give a damn about what you think of me?
From causing chaos on the field to causing concern off of it.
Sergeant said to you, I'm going to arrest you if you put your hands on me.
Ooh.
We're going to have
He's a former Super Bowl champion harassing city workers.
My reputation, my character are so
this TV station's really
Warren Sapp.
I mean, they're really over the top, like it's a big 60 minutes kind of deal.
Speaks out.
Gets all big-eyed.
Oh yeah, that's another one.
That's when you know. That's when you know.
Sheldon. Yeah,
you're sniffing around the wrong part.
Here you go.
Fox landed this exclusive sit down. He's live in Hollywood with this night team follow-up. Sheldon.
Retired, Belkis, but still very much a live wire. Sapp not slowing down a single bit, and he's still playing defense over what was said about him by the Hollywood Police Department.
And I don't even know what he's after here. Like, maybe you'll be able to investigate further. Like, what did they say about him that he thinks that he needs to go in there and get a public records request to see what they said about him? Like, did they say a racial slur? Or did they come like, I don't know what his end game is here.
Iggy McGillicuddy gets 5 memberships.
Thank you, buddy. So 5 of you people that are watching on YouTube are going to get a membership, which now means you can chat and the other cool things that come with the membership. So, Lummy, will you look at potentially what he's looking for here? Because this whole thing is about him putting in a public records request with the city of Hollywood, Florida, based on something that he says the Hollywood, Florida Police Department said about him. That's what I can decipher.
I came to ask questions of my government.
Warren Sapp.
My police force is going to...
Letting it all out. The NFL great providing an exclusive interview to 7 News, days after we broke the story of a court order he must follow connected to testy on-camera encounters with Hollywood cops and city employees.
I thought teaching my craft about rushing the passer was my thing. I think it's better for me to teach the generation of young men. So I won't...
All right, so I take that back. The generation of young men. See, he was... I misspoke.
My 3 young African-American men.
No, I wasn't. I guess, Dan, I didn't remember. I was right. He drills down from the young men to African-American young men.
So I want my 3 young African-American men to pull out the most powerful thing we've ever handed our children, hit record, and say name and badge number.
What's your name and badge number, good sir?
And continue what you were saying, officer.
Name and badge number, my man.
This back and forth with police happened last month at City Hall. A month earlier, he was issued a notice to appear in court after another contentious encounter. You feel this is your calling now?
This is.
Now that you're doing this.
This is his calling. Warren, for the average person that might have been a fan of yours or at least appreciate your athletic ability and how good you were as a football player, you could not be doing anything more damaging to your reputation and career than this. When you were with Dion as a defensive line coach, that was great. That was admirable. This is, I don't want to say pathetic, but this is just
pathetic.
It's you know what? You're right.
It's pathetic.
It's pathetic.
It's pathetic.
You know what? Because you are one of the greatest of all time. One of the greatest of all time.
And you're going to harass city workers?
Right.
And a champion of people's.
I don't know what I think his total in the NFL was about right at 60 million.
It's about 60. That's about right.
Yeah, 60 million. And by the way, you filed bankruptcy. He lost it all. And, you've made $60 million in your career and been awarded the highest honor within that career. And that is to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. And you're going to harass, municipal clerks that make $40,000 and $50,000 a year and bust their ass and never had the type of, skill set or athletic ability you had, that your God-given talent that you fine-tuned into an unbelievable football career. These people are just trying to do their jobs 9 to 5, and you are harassing them. Probably most of them women.
Rights and the First Amendment. Why do you need to go into the police department and to City Hall and get to the point where you're this close to getting arrested?
Am I?
It looks that way.
Sergeant, I'm going to make you arrest me today. I promise you I am. I'm going through that door.
If you touch me, we're going to have
Now, he's good, but this is where it starts. Now, you'll start seeing now, Dan, when I talk about the standard sapness, where he'll cut you off, rework it, spin it, get all wide-eyed. So the reporter's Sapp's been pretty fair so far to the reporter. The reporter's been able to get his thoughts out. From this point forward, though, watch it change. He starts getting sappy with it.
Problem. Vice versa.
When he's talking to the reporter.
Touch me, we're going to have a problem.
What do you think of the judge and the court order?
You just saw it right there, Bubba. You just saw it right there. He
What do you think
he just decided that he's no longer going to cooperate with this guy. When he takes a breath, puts his hand up, and rotates his shoulders. He's just like, I'm done with this guy.
Yep, right here.
What do you think of the
right there?
That means that is his insolence right there. That means I am no longer going to be a cooperative human.
And realize this: this comes from two people that have been in this particular predicament at least a dozen times.
That's the thunder. That's the lightning before the thunder.
That is,
It looks like, so this all started, it says it's kind of murky and they don't really know what it was about, but he went down there looking for records that I guess Hollywood kept telling him you can just access all this stuff online. He didn't, he wanted to be there, and then he wanted to go into different places that have the no trespassing. So he was just making a big deal about that.
And the court order from Thursday.
Now watch him start getting sappy with it. That's what Dan, that's the technique we're going to start calling when he getting sappy with it. Okay, watch.
What do you make of that court order?
Here it goes. Here comes the interrupting.
You seen it?
Yes, I have.
What am I required to do?
You got to call twice a week.
I call every day.
Okay. You can't be around. You can't be around the third floor in the records department. Don't you think there's a thin line, though, between being a steward of the First Amendment, someone who is paying attention to laws and trying to get people to ask questions and think and take video, and being someone who comes across as a jerk?
I've never been a nice guy. So you think I give a damn about what you think of me? I know who and what I am.
Do you like being perceived as a jerk?
Is that it?
I'm asking.
No, I'm saying, is that that's the word?
See, and Danny always gets this really wide when he gets into when he starts getting sappy with it. It's always very wide eyed. You always notice that? It's very wide eyed. That's that's when he's really on. Is when and that's his first indicator that he gets his eyes real big. And now it's like literally he's in a whole different mode.
Didn't you just say that you've always not been a nice guy? So don't is that
no,
like
nice guy and jerk are two distinctly different words.
All right, let's just say not.
How about asshole? That's a different word too, right?
That's a word you used, but if
no,
use that
I'm
word
definitely using the word. I'm giving you examples.
Okay,
so jerk. What degree would you put jerk?
What is the
this has nothing to do with the conversation.
And he completely gets down things that are completely irrelevant to get you off of the path that you might be on.
Transparency and accountability. Because what happened to me in City Hall was a crime. I was assaulted by the officer.
Sapp says he was assaulted by a cop during a 2025 exchange. He says he complained to Internal Affairs.
And I'm in a public place.
Why don't you sue them? If you were assaulted by the police, why don't you sue them?
You just sit back, take your story.
There's a court order. Are you going to stay away from the third floor?
Here we go. Look.
He's upset.
Yeah, look. He'll start turning it around on the reporter. He'll start making it about getting heat with the reporter, and the reporter's not.
You're like an officer. I don't need to answer you.
I'm asking.
I don't need.
This is my job, is to ask you questions.
So
that's all.
Next question.
So when somebody gets you, or puts a good question in that might
take the ball and go home.
Yeah, you take your ball and go home. You turn it around on the guy and start, making all these blames and stuff.
What about these city employees they told you to stay away from? You going to stay away from them? You don't want to answer that one either.
Next.
Hollywood police say his demeanor has become increasingly aggressive when encountering city employees to the
Dan, look at the eyes. Dan, look. That's getting sappy with it.
Point where some feel unsettled and intimidated.
It ain't done.
It isn't done.
It ain't done.
Tell me. Tell me what you mean.
I got a June 10th court date, brother. It ain't even done. It ain't done. No, not even a little bit. I gotta go.
And you talk about somebody, Victor Hedman, I really can't believe your mental health issues, my friend. But this guy, if this guy said I have mental health issues, I'd be the first one to champion that cause. My Lord, this guy is something's wrong.
Listen to him. You saw they moved it to the mental health division, right?
I did not. No.
Check that one.
So do they think you're mentally unwell?
I don't know.
Are you mentally well?
Excuse me?
Are you mentally well?
Are you a doctor to be able to diagnose that?
No, okay. But I'm a reporter who has got to ask questions.
Me either. I feel well every morning I wake up, brother.
That's important.
I don't have no issues when I wake up in the morning and get going. I really, really don't, brother.
Dan, he
is gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
It's terminal narcissism.
And Dan,
That's what it is, Bubba. He's right no matter what every time.
And when he's on the verge of potentially not being right, he shuts it down and starts making fun of you or turning it around on you.
Yeah, are you a doctor? He's like, I asked you.
I wish he would have called you. He'd be like, yeah, I am one, bitch. Meaning talking to you. Yeah, I am one. And a lawyer.
He's got a June 10th court date. We're live in Hollywood tonight. Sheldon.
Yeah. So,
man,
I think it's a shame that, like you said, Bubba, you have a guy with a Hall of Fame career and
arguably
one of the best of all time.
Arguably one of the best defensive down linemen in the history of the 100-year league.
Yes, absolutely. A real Mount Rushmore type football player, and a real horrible example of how to interact with your community after an NFL career.
When we return, this is the Iranian president comes out yesterday, just like I said, these people need to be dealt with. We need to change course on this.
Where did the Iranian president come from?
I don't know.
He was dead.
He's a complete dick. This is, if I'm Trump, and again, I don't have the solutions here. I'm just sitting back here, armchair quarterback, and probably not correct, but giving you my opinion that all I got to do is see this and see this mindset. If you're the Iranian president, and you really are, and you're in on making the decisions of these peace agreements or ceasefire or where we're going next with you or where you're going next with us, and you say what I'm going to play you next, that's all I need. Because they're never, just like I said, they're never going to give up the ability to produce nuclear warheads, and they're never going to play nice with us. We're going to have to do something aggressive to get their attention. Now, supposedly we killed somebody yesterday. Israel and the United States may have taken out one of the leaders, or was that some old stuff that I saw?
I think that was old stuff.
Okay. Then the other thing is, I bet you I have, let me see here, one teacher arrested for sexual activity in student from Port Charlotte. Michigan prep school teacher filmed having sex with an underage student. Jenkins High School teacher being held on bond following arrest on sexual assault and child molestation. Alexander High School teacher had sex with student twice. Port Charlotte mom pushes for better notice after teacher arrest. Teen claims he suffered sexual abuse by teacher. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stories of teachers blast, and I think every one of these, and you help me prepare. I think every one of these are female teacher, male student.
Yeah, I think there's actually 2 that I didn't see in your thing that I sent last night that female teachers.
I probably got to find them.
Yeah.
I probably got them.
It's probably like 8 to 10 that you have.
All right, so yeah, we're gonna start. It's unbelievable. There's probably 8 to 10. Is it, Dan? Do you think it might be because the end of school's getting ready to maybe start, or is there really no rhyme to reason with people like this? I really don't think
it's if you look at it. One way you could say, this is like being in a bar at 1:45 that closes at 2 o'clock. The school year's about to be over. Everyone does one last Hail Mary, and I think that may be what's happening.
Yeah, but they're doing a Hail Mary with like 14, 15-year-olds.
One of them. And so sometimes people do a Hail Mary with a chick that's, 5'2", 200. Just because it's...
Yes, it is. No, it's not. We rudely interrupt the rhetoric to let you know the following. Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
If you contrast Sapp and Derek Brooks and what they've done over the last, 15, 20 years, it really kind of defines who they are as human beings.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Derek Brooks is a pillar of society, manages major sports franchises, is an ambassador from the morning he wakes up to the second he goes to bed.
You couldn't find a person. You couldn't find a person in this town to talk bad about that.
I've never heard not a single bad word about Derek Brooks my entire life.
Me either.
Not one.
Not one. Not even from people that he used to knock their fucking blocks off.
Right.
Like
No,
his opponents
at
would be like,
college
hey
days,
man,
too.
this guy was a Hall of Fame fucking knocked my shit out of me, but at the end of the game would shake my hand and fucking be a gentleman. Sapp, meanwhile, remember that blindside block he made on Tauscher and Favre and Mike Sherman, the coach, got up in his face. Remember that? I mean, that's how Sapp was.
Bullshit. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But you're right. I mean, you're not going to find one person.
Derek Brooks is going to heaven.
Oh yeah. Let me. This one here I got.
I see that one. That's one of them. Yeah.
Can you resend it to me?
Yeah.
Here, I'll just look it up. St. John School District teacher arrested. Let me. Oh, here's one.
Yeah, that's another one. St. John. Mackenzie Knott. Elementary school teacher, yeah. Here, I sent you a different website. Let's see if let me make sure there's a video that works.
That's Tony Hinchcliffe.
I gotta try to make sure this video works on. Here, I'll just send you the YouTube of it. It's the news story. I messaged you the.
Thank you, buddy.
The news story.
Thank you.
What's up, Steve? Happy old man. Thank you for your memberships.
All right. And then Trump. That might take me to the top, and then I'll tease the teachers. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
'Sure, Dr.
Ashburn Smith. Yeah, okay, so this is it. All right, so I need to get rid of this. Okay, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. Hey YouTube, how you doing? How are ya? Trash Guy, ES Hockey, Steve the Grumpy Old Man, Liz 84. I wonder if we're shadow banned. Let me, Liz said that we didn't show up on her feed today. I wonder. I wonder if we got If you're vehicle is broke down, and it doesn't matter whether it's a BMW, a Mini, a Mercedes, a Porsche, Audi, Ford, Chevy, Escalade, Ferrari, it doesn't matter. My boy Terry at Preferred Auto Service will take care of it. He actually specializes in European and import automotive services. Don't take your car to the dealership and get bent over. Give Terry a call. 813-875-8007. Located at 4404 North Thatcher Avenue, right by the stadium. You can always go to their Facebook page, Preferred Auto Service. Tell them Bubba sent you.
Getting sappy with it, sappy with it.
Macho build an IT song. Listen.
Getting sappy with it, sappy with it. You say my name and I fall so easy.
Nice.
All 50 states.
Thank you, Macho.
Countries. We're back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Just know, Liz, 84, said that we didn't show up on her feed, which means usually the trolls literally hit the complain and turn us in button. Within 3 minutes of the show starting, they've already complained, and 90% of the time our title and subject matter is not a problem, but in other instances, Lummy, we get flagged, and then don't get the algorithm recommendation and stuff like that. It's absolutely ridiculous.
We even went super vanilla in the title because we run our stuff and make sure before we put it up there.
Teacher-student epidemic. I actually, as we were talking about the click today, I was saying teachers having S then apostrophe X with students. And so Gary decided, that probably.
Well, we ran it through, and that gave probably not the best.
Yeah, we run them and everything.
Did you call them too many touchy teachers today?
So no, but here's the deal, Dan. Within 3 minutes, a certain amount of trolls that watch the program and that hate watches turn us in immediately. You can, there's ways for you to flag or complain about a particular channel. And it literally could say, Bubba reads Bible stories. Bubba praises Jesus. Bubba saves starving young children. Bubba and Dan cure cancer. And within 3 minutes, there's, 50 or 60 complaints because that's their little gimmick. And sometimes they succeed. And it looks like maybe today they did.
Yeah, but the good thing is that we're still in the green. So at least the monetization is good.
This is ridiculous. But I guess they flagged it. How do you flag student-teacher epidemic? Teacher / the title of today's show that we're going to, we always put a little click up there, what we're going to address, by the time the show ends. And I like to get to it like around 8 or 7:30. Sometimes I don't get there until a little bit later. And so today's title is Teacher / Student Epidemic ? Bubba the Love Sponge Show 5/12/26. How does that get you a red flag or go or shadow banned or whatever? That's ridiculous. And you people that do it, really, do you not realize that we're doing well, and that no matter how hard you try to cancel us, from getting a hold of our clients to just the various things that you guys do, the hate, the vitriol. I don't direct any Bubba Army to screw with anybody. I don't have time for that. I would love, Lummy, to have a group of 20 or 30 little hacking trolls that, went and screwed with our competition.
Oh, yeah.
I don't do that. I don't don't have time for it.
I just don't understand. It dumbfounds me. Last night, I was just absolutely.
Let's get into that a little bit. So Lummy has been trying to, on Facebook and X and Instagram and what have you, and I have been too, trying to answer people's comments. Because it helps. It helps with engagement rates and things like that. So, I've been answering some Facebook comments, and so one guy called me an idiot yesterday. He goes because he says I don't know anything about politics and I'm a complete idiot, and that's your opinion. And he goes, I swear to God, Bubba's so stupid. His IQ can't be any higher than 115. Well, I've been professionally tested, and I was a 109. So, I wrote to him, Lummy. Did you see what I said?
Yeah.
I said, sir, I've actually been professionally tested, and you gave me about 6 points too many. I'm only a 109, buddy, but thanks. So, I mean,
functioning like a 115.
Yeah, man, I'd love to be a 115. I got to think that maybe 5 or 6 points higher on the IQ level might do me some good.
Oh, by the way, TMZ, you guys suck. So
why? What are they
now
doing?
They're jumping on the band. Now they're on the accountant story for the Hogan thing, and they said from their source.
Hold on, you mean from us?
I said, well, yeah, we're not named in it. I sent you the article that just came on TMZ.
They're a bunch of hacks. I'll tell you what I'm working on is I'm working on getting with Dan, maybe I don't know, and trying to figure out how do we get a hold of Hogan's autopsy.
Yeah.
Because there's some real shady things that are going on in Hogan's autopsy. I'll get into that later. Let's get into, Lummy, your experience. You started kind of getting in and answering some questions, like just interacting with comments.
I just I can't figure out the people that, a lot of it, just talk about the Hedman thing, just going back and forth the Hedman. Everyone's biggest thing coming back to you was, you have no room to talk. It's personal. You don't know this. You let Hogan sleep with your wife. You're a fat, blah, blah.
You can say cuck. You're a fat, cross-eyed cuck.
Yeah, you're a fat cuck.
Cross-eyed cuck.
Yeah, you let your wife bang. So where do you do? And they're all mad is because you speculated that.
Oh, no. Based on a source.
Yeah, based on our sources. That.
Now, hold on. And have you noticed that we've asked the Lightning or Hedman?
Yeah.
Correct us. Issue me a 770 to retract what I said because I'm wrong.
And they'd rather let it just go to hopefully go quiet.
Yeah.
But I'm sitting there and I'm looking at it and I go, they're mad at you because of us from sources that we heard just reporting on it and just wanting an answer, and they're attacking you on what you did of a stolen tape. So they throw something that you did in your private life, but we're not allowed to talk about Hedman's private life. We can't talk about Hogan's private life.
When Hedman is a public figure
exactly.
and the captain of one of the most successful sports franchises we've ever had here in Tampa.
Yes.
And he hides behind, he misses 50 games, half of which probably were from injuries. The other half were from, I suffered from a personal issue, mental health.
So if you came out and said that during that time that you were going through some mental issues during 2006.
Mental health issues.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? But if you went out and said during that sex tape, whole scandal thing, even though you guys did it and it was all adults and everyone knew what was going on, and you didn't steal it, you didn't leak it, you didn't steal it, it was stolen from you, and you said I was going through mental health issues, would everyone forgive you and move on?
No. But they want to use it against me anytime they can when it's not even, you're not even comparing apples to apples.
Yeah, but they're using, that's hypocrisy. They're using something that was a scandal to you that you didn't cause in your private and your personal life,
and cost me everything. Like
And,
I paid dearly for that.
they attack you with that
Hedman suffered zero consequences.
Yeah, all because you, on sources that we had, talked about something, and now all they want to do is throw something against you and tell you how big of a piece of crap you are because someone stole something from you.
Yeah.
That would be like Anderson Cooper trying to do an interview and someone says, oh, but you had to run to Europe to stop your lover from dating someone else. Has nothing to do with the story.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with the story. Address the issue in the story or don't do an interview.
So anyway, they're impossible too.
They are.
And the Trump supporters, they don't realize that I'm a Trump. I voted for Trump. But I have an opinion on his behavior.
And you're welcome to have that opinion. It's your right to have that opinion.
And so what they do is from the hardcore MAGA people, I get, oh, you libetard, you're turning into Howard Stern, you liberal, you flip-flopping fat cuckold piece of crap. What do you expect from a guy they all revert back to Hogan blasted Heather.
That's it.
Everything reverts back to that. Well, what do you know about being anything because you're a fat, cross-eyed cuckold that let Hogan blast his wife? What do you know? That's where the MAGA people come from. And then the liberals come out and say, well, that's what you get. That's who you voted for. That's, you dumbass. That's what you get. What do you think you're going to get? You're a redneck that knows nothing. You got an IQ of 115. Actually, it's 109. And you're stupid. And rather than the MAGA people saying, you know what? We thank you for voting for the dude. You can have your opinion about him. I think Dan several times yesterday, I'm like, listen, I want him to win. I want him to do good. I want him to pull out of this. I want him to be King Kong still. I want Donald Trump to pull us out of the Iranian situation. I want gas to go down, and I want everything good for him. I voted for him. He was the better of the two candidates. I voted for him, but I can be critical of our president and still be on the team. I mean, Dan, you were a member of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers staff. You could still be critical.
Absolutely, and I am.
And exactly. I mean, your dad was the longest tenured doctor in the history of the NFL.
And he was not always 100%.
No, in fact, his whole shtick was he's not going to just sit here and tell you what you want to hear.
No.
I mean, he had some very uncomfortable decisions with management sometimes about the drafting of players or the performance of players or the availability. Your dad got in a lot of fights with coaches saying, Coach, he ain't ready.
Oh, by the way,
or Coach, he is ready. He's screwing around.
And by the way, about the other hypocrisy on that, sorry, I just want to finish that part because I went back and forth a couple of times, but this is a good point because Gary saw one of my posts. He said, the fact of the matter is the minute you point out that the tape was stolen from these people, they all then dismissed the fact that it was stolen from you and said, well, Bubba shouldn't have had it then.
Yeah.
What? What about the guy that stole the tape on something?
I just still, again, the premise of mostly the video killed the radio star is about who stole it, disseminated it, had it on their servers, and paid Hogan $55 million, for them not to be exposed. But nobody wants to follow that rabbit hole. Everybody wants to.
Everyone just goes back to the whole. Well, you should have had it. Why? People have stuff that they do in their private life,
and then
they want.
And then the liberals are like, rather than say, you know what, I appreciate the fact that you voted for the dude and that you're kind of calling him out and trying to hold him to a higher standard. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. You did get what you voted for. You did. But you know what? You're trying to be transparent and be honest here. Okay.
Hey, he's a V12. He makes a little pollution, but it's still a V12. So
right.
keep fighting, kid.
Yes, but you don't. So the liberals hate me. They hate me when I call them out, and they tell me, that's what you got because you voted for him, you fat ass. And then the MAGA people, they're like, well, you ship jumper. What are you suck Kamala Harris's top by top sops. You sell out piece of shiz. Good.
I mean, if she got elected, we'd all be wearing masks. Eating soy under the shade of a windmill, and so I can't stand the direction we were heading for 4 years, and I think we needed a reset.
I just can't understand why we, as a show, or the people that interact with our show, or the people that listen to our program, we can't have intellectual conversations about maybe agreeing or disagreeing about our political position. We can't have, hey, Bub, okay, I got you. You might want to consider this, this, and this. Or, hey, man, that's great. I know you voted for the dude, but he's a buffoon. But you're at least you're trying to.
And we were fair about DeSantis.
Yeah,
we liked him, and then he got a little too
evangelical.
Evangelical is a good word for it.
Yeah.
And I think it swung a little too far. I mean, I like 80% of what he does, 20% of what he does. I don't agree with. I don't agree with everything you do, or Steven, or Jay, or Lummy. But doesn't mean I hate them. Doesn't mean they're monsters.
No.
No one's 100% in agreement with anyone else. You're not 100% in agreement with your wife, your son, your brother or sister.
Your mom,
it never happens.
Your dad. You and your dad had some knock'em sock'ems, didn't you?
Yeah, we sure did.
Let me watch this.
But we didn't do ad hominem attacks. I didn't say, Dad, you don't know what you're talking about because you're a freaking retarded, old senile piece of S. I didn't say that to him. I'll be like, okay, well, I see your point, and here's my point.
And then if you got real heated, you walk out.
Right.
So let me. I got this piece of footage. My God, watch this. This is really not on topic of anything.
But it's nuts.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Dan, look at this. So this motorcycle blows this red light, and have you seen it?
No. The motorcycle is good because he's actually has a green light.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the car turns in front of the motorcycle,
which happens so much to motorcycles.
Oh yeah.
Some of our biggest cases have been this exact scenario.
Yeah. In fact, one of your biggest case was a motorcycle case ever.
Yeah. It was this. A semi truck did this.
Yeah. So watch this. Dan, the motorcycle ends up in the stoplight. Watch this. Hits and gets hung up on the stoplight pole.
Okay.
But what about the AI part of the motorcycle
no, it's not the AI.
freezing?
It's not the AI part. It's what the red lights cameras does. Is it stops where the interaction does.
Oh, it freezes.
Yeah,
and then like overlaps.
So it shows you.
Yeah, I checked if this was AI, and it's not.
It's what the
Because I didn't understand
does.
the two motorcycles. I was like, this is suspicious.
That's what the system does.
Yeah, the system shows where you violated the yellow light at. It pauses it, but it also continues the action that goes on thereof. So, yes, so look at this.
Jesus.
Man, did he die? I bet he did.
Let me look
No. He's there. Look where he ended up.
Oh, he ended up down here.
Yeah, that's him, I think.
The motorcycle is, I think, I don't know if the
But I haven't seen that guy hasn't moved yet.
Let's see here. Okay, boom. I think this is
That's
him right
him
here.
right there, yeah.
That's him.
Launching. Oh. Now, I had an accident just like that on a road bike where I was going about 25 miles an hour, and the sun was setting, and I was heading east on Interbay, and some lady did a left-hand turn right in front of me, and my bike hit her front bumper, broke my bike into two different pieces, and I flew through the air and hit the curb and broke my leg. But I didn't hit the car. You know what I'm saying? Like that guy may be less hurt than you think because he went over the car's hood.
Yeah, right.
And getting catapulted.
So here is what the Iranian president.
He looks sad.
Wow.
Wouldn't you? He's probably the next guy to die.
Yeah. Here we go. This is yesterday. And again, I still stand by my statement in the fact that, okay, Donald, Mr. Trump, Mr. President, 47, you've tried your best to reason with these people. You've given them, I don't know how many extensions. You've asked, fundamentally, let's keep the straits open. They always fight you on that. You say the straits open, but really they're not. You still got these little mosquito John boats out screwing with big tankers. And then you say that the people that you're negotiating with, you're really close on a deal. And we as Americans are supposed to believe that, and we should believe that. You're saying that. But when this guy who claims to be the Iranian president and is billed by Fox News as the Iranian president, does it not say Iranian president? And he talks about his stance on this particular situation. I think it's time to stop talking. I think it's time to stop talking. I think it's time to start blowing stuff up. And we don't have to blow up anything that has kids or children or women. We can strategically blow up other things. And like Dan said yesterday, maybe they are a car that has two wheels blown out and they're on the rims right now.
Right, the rims are sparking. They're on the side median.
It's time to take them out. It's time to do the pit maneuver and end this nonsense.
America and Israel should be aware that this will bring them nothing but shame. Our great nation, who are now mourning this great martyr, must foil the enemy's evil plans by being present in mosques and on the streets.
To me, it sounds like, they're saying they're going to start blowing up religious, mosques and various religions thing, and that we kind of putting us on notice. It's completely opposite of everything that we've been told with regards to how well potential negotiations are going.
Well, you can't bomb the city streets. You can't bomb the mosques. So he's telling people to go out where you should be safe. He's not really. Did you ever see the movie or the show Lone Survivor?
No.
Okay. Well, the premise is, there's, I think, in the State of the Union and the Capitol gets bombed. But, whenever there's those big political events, they always keep one cabinet member safe just in case everyone gets taken out. So, the Lone Survivor was like the secretary, secretary of like the Interior or some. He had some stupid.
So like during the State
title.
of the Union address, when they have all these people in one gathering, they always have a one person of the cabinet or the Secretary of State or somebody that's fairly high ranking up put in a safe room.
Succession, yes.
Yeah, in case something would go down and the Capitol building would get hit or there'd be a massive attack, you have a person that can step in and run the country. Right.
That's the argument. That's the premise.
Right.
Exactly. And so my question is because so many of the politicians that run that country have been taken out, it's got to be difficult for one person to A, understand what's going on, and B, execute any kind of decision because he's again dealing with everybody in that government is different than it was 2 months ago.
So at that point, man,
it's got to be difficult to
you have so many
get anything
different
done.
messages. You don't know who's telling who really has the authority. I don't know that anybody has any authority. I don't know who's left.
Who's got the authority, right? Who's in charge?
But if you're going to bill yourself and they're going to, title you as the Iranian president, and that from a credible news source like Fox, who's, very pro-Trump, and they're going to denote this guy as the president of Iran, and he says this.
America and Israel should be aware that this will bring them nothing but shame.
But that means when you say this will bring you nothing but shame, that means you're not going to cooperate with us and you're going to start continuing to attack us. And
That's what code word is. And what he's saying is at this point, anything you guys do is going to be shameful.
Yep. Well, that or, you're going to suffer shame and we're going to engage. I mean, there's a couple different ways to look at that.
Our great nation, who are now mourning this great martyr, must foil the enemy's evil plans by being present in mosques and on the streets.
By being present, that means blowing up. You all right?
I don't know. Dan, are you okay?
You need some CPR? Let me mouth to mouth immediately.
Dan, are you okay?
Need a Heimlich?
I just inhaled saliva. I'm sorry. What? You know, sometimes you drink something, it makes a little bit of like a Gatorade. You get a little bit of that phlegm.
Yeah.
Well, I was taking a breath to say something, and it just went down the wrong pipe. Oh, sorry.
Wow.
And then finally, let me, before I go to words, and I come back with eight teacher, guy-student sexual encounters. Eight in 2 days. I got to play this. Now, again, this was Trump's response to what this guy just said. This is his response. I thought I had it. I thought I did.
Okay.
Why is
so? What does Bubba Trump do?
Bubba Trump's bombing today.
But what do you bomb? Here's my point. That we've destroyed
Here's the deal.
all the military targets.
He's got better intel than I do, and he knows where he can bomb and still wreak havoc, but while not killing innocent civilians. There's stuff that he can still bomb.
Would you bomb like every marina / port on that strait?
Yep.
So they couldn't dock a ship if they wanted to.
Yep. And their oil fields.
Power plants.
I have mixed feelings about bombing oil fields.
To the war with Iran, the White House is considering its next steps after President Trump.
And again, Dan, how many times? I'm just asking you for a friend. How many times have we been through this drill? Where the White House is saying we're preparing for our next thing because the ceasefire has not worked. I mean, would you say at least 4? We've been through this at least 4 times.
3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah.
The war with Iran, the White House is considering its next steps after President Trump rejected Iran's response to the U.S. peace proposal.
And here's the deal, Dan. Like they have no. Here's the problem. He is a president that needs to be. You need to respect him. He is a loose cannon. He's all about being.
You talk about Trump?
Yes.
Okay.
He's very much an authoritarian. He's not a pussy. Is probably as strong-handed as anybody we've ever seen, and they are at this point being disrespectful. They are not negotiating in good faith, and every time that he has to go and give them an extension or say that their terms are unacceptable, it's because they don't respect him.
Trump rejected Iran's response to the U.S. peace proposal. The president says Iran has not made enough concessions on nuclear issues and now will not allow the U.S. to retrieve the enriched uranium. Iran.
Hold on. Did you hear what he said?
Yeah.
And Dan, do you remember what I said?
Mm-hmm.
That they will never, ever, ever let us get that uranium. And if we really feel like we really need it, we're going to have to take it because they're never.
We don't need it.
I know. So
we just don't want them to have
do we look weak if we come up with a settlement here that does not from Marco Rubio to Donald Trump, what their number one thing is disarming them from their nuclear capabilities. That's their number one.
That's the facade.
So what if we lay down on that? What if we lay down on that? I'm just saying. What if we lay down on that? I think that that's the premise the number one premise as to why we. I mean, let's not
But is
forget.
it like this though, Bubba? Is it like this? Someone has an 8-ball of Coke. Some dumb person sneezes. The Coke goes into the carpet. So now, are you going to vacuum that carpet and try to separate that Coke, or is that Coke pretty much useless?
I've never done Coke.
Okay, well, you can at least imagine the scenario.
I don't know. I think it's a horrible analogy.
I think
really
it's a
do.
great analogy because now we got all this
I can't-
we have all this radioactive dust. It's going to be very difficult to retrieve and
Meanwhile,
purify.
hold on. That's been what I don't know what. When did we do the bunker buster?
Year and a half ago.
Yeah,
ago?
So I mean
No,
that
yeah, it was a year.
that obviously is his number one concern, to the point that we had a very, very high level military excursion that one of the most unbelievably prepared 30 hours of bombers in the air. So that's how much we really, really are concerned about this, and they're never going to give it up. So we either retreat and let them have it and look stupid, which I don't think that's what the president, how he's wired, or we take it, because that's the number one trip up.
Iran's military says it is guarding its nuclear facilities and prepared to fight.
But I have a great plan. But the plan is they cannot have a nuclear weapon.
See, now, Dan, again, you tell me if he wants to vacuum up the Coke, or he wants to, he's now getting pissed. He's getting pissed because he's looking weak, and they're poking him in the chest. And that's not how he operates. And he's given them 4 opportunities to come back.
They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And they didn't say that in their letter.
He also reports the regime's negotiators demand sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. Gridlock there continues to keep gas prices high here. The president says he is in favor of suspending the federal gas tax.
But that's not the fix to this long-term gas issue.
No.
And so the two main things, Dan, opening up the Strait of Hormuz to the world and taking their nuclear capabilities, they both have given him double tall mans and tell him to pack sand. And he knows that now. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Often I criticize you and don't let you speak your mind. And you turned it around a couple times on me, even once today, by saying, what would you do? My question to you is, what would you do?
Well, first of all, I think one of the reasons
make it fast, because we got to go.
I think one of the reasons that a lot of presidents have been, reluctant to engage is because there's not an easy answer. Secondly, I think the response should be threefold. Number one, I think we should continue to control the strait. I think we should decimate any ability for Iran to launch any kind of boat along any of that coast. And I agree with trying to negotiate from a position of strength, but sometimes when you get too strong, especially in a war like this where we kind of went in unprovoked acutely, to just go and start killing civilians and infrastructure, civilian infrastructure, we will be vilified for that. And that's what Iran is hoping for, that we take the bait and start going after these non-military targets, because we've blown up everything in the military.
So then you got
and then we look bad.
So Trump is going to either look bad by doing that, or look bad by not holding them accountable to the terms that he has been absolutely adamant about.
I think it still has time to play out, and I think the impatience is the devil of all of this.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. The impatient is the American public.
No, they're impatient.
The impatient is the fact that gas is going to hit $5 in about 3 weeks.
I paid over $5 last weekend for gas. It's irritating.
I'm just saying. That's the number one litmus test
and
for Americans.
if I was on a different budget, I'd be devastated.
Oh.
So I understand that. And people voted for Trump not to have high fuel prices. People voted for Trump not to have endless wars. And although he has objectively gotten us out of a few conflicts and the world out of a few conflicts, this seemed at this timing to be unnecessary. I don't know why this couldn't have waited until next year.
Yep. Or kick the can down the road, let the next guy deal with it. I mean, were they really a threat to the world?
Were they an acute threat? I don't know.
I don't think
know. We don't have the intel. It's hard to say. But, I think that we're all gotten duped, because this is about controlling the dollar. about protecting the dollar in international trade and preventing the petrodollars and other types of currency from interfering with the value of the American dollar.
I think HS,
and no one wants to say that, but that's what's really happening here.
HS Bubba fan wraps it up, and I'm going into words with his quote on chat. Yeah, I wouldn't want Kamala still, but I didn't vote for any of this.
No one did.
I think that's brilliant. That's exactly what needs to be said. Yep. Kamala, I don't want her, and she couldn't handle this situation any better, and she'd probably fail even more miserably than what's happening. But I didn't vote for this. And how imminent of a threat did we really have to do this? Did we really have to? Because it's really disruptive. It's really polarizing.
Well, I think you got to look at it maybe
for
in
our
the
entire
long-term.
country. I mean, even so, it's just really it's tearing us apart. It's making us argue with each other. It's just really dividing us.
But you got to look at it long term. They took out Venezuela, and then you take out Iran. That's the two pipelines that are going for China because they're scared China is going to attack Taiwan.
Okay. Right.
So you take them out; it's their fuel source.
Right. I understand that too. I mean, there's a lot. It's so multifactorial.
But that's a long play.
Yeah,
that's a long play, and I don't think America is up for a long play on anything.
No, they're not.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
We lose those guys because now China's, because listen, I was doing business in Mexico fucking 15 years ago. China was already
Big in Greece, I understand. I agree with you.
big in Mexico. Gotta keep China down. But then, like you said, then it all technically circles back to the dollar. Because if they go switch to
The petrodollar, we're fucked.
Yep.
Dollar falls apart. Completely collapses. So
they don't need us. They don't need oil because then everyone now China's a superpower.
5 o'clock tonight, a Port Charlotte High School teacher accused of having sex with one of her students inside her classroom. Thanks for joining us. Hello again, everyone. I'm Chris Sabati.
I'm Emma Heaton. Charlotte County deputies are.
What's up, Emma Heaton?
Hey, did you see that link on the TMZ?
Oh no, I gotta get here. Hold on.
Fucking Max.
Something that we covered a week ago.
Yeah. They covered it today.
Yeah.
Story developing. Yeah, it's.
Is this us? No, it's her. Is that?
I think that's that was what she did one for I think People I think or something.
Is that is his wrestling thing doing very well?
People are saying it's okay. They don't release the attendance numbers, but they always have on there that they've sold out the arenas, which I think is full of shit.
And then what about the sports bar across Madison Square Garden?
I think that's still supposed to open, but I think they're renaming it.
It was supposed to open up in the fall of 25.
Yeah. But I think they're renaming it.
Not pro wrestling, but real American freestyle wrestling. They announced that they'll be. How does this all come across your radar? How does this all kick off for you?
Well, I've got a new way to call it. It's pro wrestling.
Okay, there it is. Double pro.
Yeah, pro wrestling. This is pro, unlike snowboarding leagues, such as the girls' volleyball league. Everybody's coming to the tables. We need to build something physically in the garden a few months ago. And I didn't realize, because I'm an old man now. I'm 71 years old, but I didn't realize how many of these amateur wrestlers actually grew up watching Hulk Hogan, and I didn't realize.
Good chair. What's this chair?
What's that?
Yeah, just moving chairs.
Oh, makes me want to make a noose. There's something weird.
Yeah, it says it's almost completed, but it's the NYCD Slam Sports Bar.
Oh, it's not anything to do with him.
It says, let's see here, they're gonna open as the Hulk Hogan Score Sports Bar, but I guess there's rumors that they're gonna switch it up after a couple months and just call it the Score Sports the Score Sports Bar.
Scores like the strip bar?
Yeah.
No, Hogan's bar that was going to be in New York, they're going to fucking probably not call it that.
Mom said they could like.
Nice, we can test it.
Well, I mean, their last.
I just looked at something from May 1st, 2026. Said it's almost near completion.
I know, but their last.
I love everything about the show.
Every day for 4 hours, man. It just makes time fly by.
Gotta be Bubba.
Just awesome. I love it.
I spent about 2 hours in my car when it's supposed to be a 20-minute break.
Yeah.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy just sent me an example of TMZ. We're the only ones that really broke this story about a week ago, and that's Hulk Hogan's accountant or bookkeeper arrested for embezzling nearly $900,000. We were on it, a week ago, if not longer?
Yeah,
TMZ is just now reporting it today.
Yeah.
Ex-accountant indicted for embezzlement, allegedly stole $880,000 from an unidentified public figure. When we sniffed it out, again, I'm not. Anyway, whatever TMZ. You guys, if TMZ, if you're really worth your salt in journalism, you need to get to the bottom, or I'm going to get to the bottom, or somebody's going to get to the bottom of this huge autopsy bamboozling. I mean, I looked at Whitney Houston's death and her autopsy. Arguably a very, 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 very popular person who dies at the Beverly Hills Hilton. And there's, all kinds of whodunits as to how she died and what have you. And the Los Angeles medical examiner did an unbelievably extensive autopsy, no stone unturned, reenacted how she was able to, how she died, where she wasn't in the tub. She actually was getting out of the tub and fell back into the tub. And, it just completely laid out what happened. And, I would think that when arguably one of the most famous people in the world die in your city, that the city of Clearwater Police Department just wouldn't brush it under the rug and say, oh, we're nothing to see. There's so many different theories.
It should be done by the book in this case. You should absolutely, everything should be done by the book. Nothing should be shady.
And triple cover your ass.
Yep.
And
redundancy.
bring in
chain of command.
Bring in an unbiased set of eyes. Maybe bring in a medical examiner from Orlando or Hillsborough County or something like that. Not the Good Old Boy Network. It's my understanding that the autopsy is not available for public consumption, and that if Brooke, his daughter, if she wants to see the autopsy, because she's full hot on the deal. She thinks there's a bad guy in the woodpile. And I do too. The autopsy, it's my understanding, I could be wrong, but it's my understanding that the autopsy was done by the doctor, Fitzgerald or Fitzsimmons, whatever his name is, the guy that was his general physician.
Gerald Fitzgerald. That's her.
Gerald, is it Gerald Fitzgerald?
Yes, Dr. Gerald Fitzgerald.
Dr. Gerald Fitzgerald.
In Largo.
He did the autopsy. He's not a medical examiner. He's just a regular doctor. He's just primary care physician. That he did the autopsy, and that when Brooke requested the autopsy, and this was about 2 weeks ago, the city of Clearwater and the person that she's deal with is less than helpful, and told her that the doctor was still making some changes to the. This was 2 weeks ago.
He died, what, 9 months ago, 10 months ago?
Died July 25th of last year.
So 10 months ago.
10 months ago. And that he was still finishing up some stuff on the autopsy. Fitzgerald, not the medical examiner, not a forensic, Dan, you know more, forensic pathologist or, some other people that might be, completely Dan, as much of a great doctor as you are, there's, probably people that would be better at autopsies than you.
Because I don't do autopsies.
Right, that's what I'm saying. The general,
Yeah, I've got you into pieces and weigh everything, but I don't do them.
Right, you don't do them. Mm-hmm. So I can guarantee you that a general physician doesn't do autopsies.
Guaranteed.
And why, and I could be wrong. Maybe I'm getting bad information. I don't know. But I was also told, and that if Brooke wanted to see it, that she had to sign an NDA in order to see it. Huh. So, there's a lot of people that are speculating about the Scientology angle. Let me tell you this right now. Scientology absolutely, lock, stock, and barrel, runs the city of Clearwater. There's another situation going on that I know about that they're covering up. A huge, and I can't even talk about it. I'll get in trouble. Huh. I can't even talk about. There's a big whodunit that's going on. Well, you know who I got on it?
Yep.
Fat, you know who I got on it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not even gonna go any further.
What is this, like 1938?
Dan,
it's unbelievable.
I'm gonna take you outside privately, and hopefully Jay's here.
He just rolled up.
Yeah, Jay's here.
All right. So when is he here in studio?
Yeah, he just rolled up. He just
cool.
sat down.
So the next break, I'm gonna take you guys out and tell you about, and we cannot discuss it at all. But I got somebody looking into it about this big whodunit that's happening in Clearwater that's being covered up and is being brushed under the covers, if you will, brushed under the carpet, and it's all because of Scientology.
What?
They absolutely run the whole deal. Did you hear? Did you hear Jamie say that? Brooke has asked for a copy of the autopsy, and they're making her sign an NDA if she wants it. And the autopsy's not available to the public. Now, why is that? Why would that be, Dan? We're not talking about a private citizen. We're talking about one of the most public figures in the world, in the history of the world.
Doesn't make sense.
Now, let me have you done a FOIA request?
Yes.
And they tell you no, don't they?
Kick rocks.
Kick rocks.
Yep. There's nothing there.
And you remember there's that part of the statute for the medical examiner which says in the public interest, and they don't seem to pay much attention to that part of the statute.
And the other thing is, I've been told, I think it's true, but I could be wrong, but I've been told that Gerald Fitzgerald, his primary physician, is the one that did the autopsy. Now, just like I mentioned earlier, I don't know if you heard it or not, Jay, I'm like, hey, Dan, would you be very good at autopsy? He's like, I've never done one before. I could do it, but that's not my expertise. I can put a set of 325s in a girl in about 54 minutes, but I could. And Dan, I'm sure that if you had to do an autopsy, you'd read up on it, you would know, and you would be because you're an
It'd be an unbelievable autopsy. You'd be the best one this dead person's ever had.
Right.
Amazing.
It's
outside his area of expertise.
Right,
it's outside his specialty, and it's not something that's typically done in the normal course of business as medical doctors practice medicine. Danny's done zero autopsies on people that he's had any contact with. It doesn't happen.
Mm-mm. So let me.
You don't do the autopsy on your friend either. That's the other thing.
Or your family member, your sibling.
No. Let me better you. You don't do an autopsy on your patient
that you've been treating.
Right. You don't do an autopsy on your patient that you've had a long history of prescribing opioids to. too.
As a medical malpractice attorney for 30 years, I've
This
never.
is, you know what? This is really down your alley. Really, it is.
I've never heard of a doctor who treated somebody and they died performing the autopsy. I have never in my entire life heard that. I've evaluated thousands and thousands of cases and handled hundreds of medical malpractice cases.
And never heard of such a thing.
Never heard of such a thing. And if it happened, I would be up that doctor's ass so hard in a deposition about why they did it and why they didn't call the medical. It would be. I just can't even imagine the scenario.
But the city of Clearwater is covering this up, and like Brooke, she's like beside herself. She's like, I want to see how my dad died. I want to know everything.
She just wants closure, probably too.
Yeah, I mean, and she's like, and they're telling her no.
I spoke on her behalf. I called them.
Yeah.
Why don't we send Sap down to Clearwater?
He's an auditor.
Man, Sap, man, come on, buddy. We can really
got something we need.
Yeah. Well, no, but he hated Hulk Hogan back in the day when Hogan asked for an autograph.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, is that day?
Yeah, Warren Sapp told Hulk Hogan, no, brother, no autographs.
What a dick.
So I mean, Brooke's like, hey, should I just take it? Should I just walk away and realize that there's really some really not so above board stuff that's happening, and just let it go, or should I keep pressing? And I'm like, Brooke, keep pressing.
And by the way, like I said, an NDA does not hold up if there's a legal a controversy, and so if she's being deposed in a criminal or other legal case, professional licensing case, she is allowed to breach the NDA most of the time.
Well,
maybe
there's a couple situations. It's just all bad. It's all bad. And the Church of Scientology, oh my God, I feel like I'm scared of them. They have so much power. They have so much power. They make people disappear. And I have to watch what I say, because I'm public enemy number one with them. They've already shut me down on a few different situations, but I feel for Brooke, and maybe Jay, maybe we advise her sign the NDA and get the autopsy. But I mean, are you getting the real autopsy? And I mean, there's some questions that could be asked. And I've been told that Gerald Fitzgerald's the one that did the autopsy, like completely.
Brooke can reach out to me if she wants me to review the non-disclosure or what it is,
Sure.
the NDA. I'm happy to do all that for you, Brooke. I've been texting with Steve the last couple of days, so
Perfect.
I'm sure they're paying attention. Give me a call, guys.
Lummy, when we return, we'll start getting through these eight different teacher blasts, guy student.
They're horny.
Eight different ones. We'll start breaking that down next.
Bubba the Love Sponge? Hell yeah.
I love them all, man. They're all great.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
Slam.
Ow, shit. Who won it? Who wouldn't? Is that river on the street covered? Was he happy he found him? Oh man. What's up, Chad? They clear him. Kill you. There we go. Boom, boom. Thank you, everyone. No, I didn't see that HS Bubba fan. The big dirt track fight. Florida.
Getting sappy with it, sappy with it. I said I'm done, now I'm in too deep. Getting sappy with it, sappy with it. You say my name and I fall so easy. Getting sappy with it. You left your lipstick on my coffee mug. Little love note in the pocket of my truck. I keep your voice line on repeat again. Tell myself stop now, then I press play. I try to play cool, you saw right through. Now my heart act up every time it do. And I hate it, that I like it. Yeah, I hate it, how I light up. Getting sappy with it. I said I'm done, now I'm in too deep. Getting sappy with it, You say my name and I fall so easy. Getting sappy with it.
Danny, you just got hit by a car and fucking high face, so you're worried about a little doorstop Willie. Come on, lover.
Broke your forks in half and flew over the car.
I mean, we could sit here for the next 10 minutes and talk about all the.
I do it for. And
Talk about all the
later, he gets a little ankle.
Hey, we could talk. We could sit here for the next 10 minutes, talk about all the mishaps you've had, serious ones, and you're worried about doorstop Willie over here.
Ankle nick.
Wait, you're hurt?
He's hurt. He's on injured reserve now.
He's okay. He's gonna be okay.
I need some biofreeze.
He's on the pup list.
You need exactly soccer biofreeze. We'll be all fine. We're okay. All right. Oh, man.
What's up, Senator Gus Travis?
Florida teachers are awfully horny.
Teachers everywhere.
This isn't just Florida ones? These 8 are all over the place?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just 8 in Florida. I'm like, that's a week for Florida.
Yeah, no. There's a good amount of Florida, but they got Washington, I think Ohio, Massachusetts. They're horny, Jay. It's the end of the year.
End of the year fling, you're right.
You know, so they can get that ass over the summer.
Did you have any friends that got that? I found out like 10 years after I graduated. One of our buddies did. He said that he had a teacher his senior year that he was nailing the whole year.
No,
the whole year.
No, I didn't have
I didn't know.
May is Military Appreciation Month at Crystal Harley. They're going to be honoring the military all month long with Hero Cash, $500, plus $1,000 trade assistance towards the purchase of any new Harley. It's the Boats to Goats trade-in event. Trade in an old toy for a new toy, no matter what you owe. Swap that payment for a new Harley now. Trade in that old RV, boat, car, motorcycle, four-wheeler, even a goat. We don't care. More information, crystalharley.com, or check out their Facebook page.
There's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Trust me, I've been looking. We're back.
So my phone's blowing up based on what we just talked about a few minutes ago. Reggie Roundtree says we need to get a hold of Mike Deason. Even though he's retired, he's still a Bulldog. He said it's his understanding. Reggie says it's his understanding that the only way the state of Florida can hold or withhold an autopsy if it's part of an ongoing criminal investigation.
Right.
And that's where I think they get it. That's where I think they get you.
So the two things that I heard from them is that one in the beginning it was on an ongoing investigation, and then the other one was it wasn't a public. They only did a private autopsy.
But if you're a public figure,
I don't think you get a private autopsy.
If they hired Fitzgerald to do it
after the medical examiner declined it at our request specifically.
Yeah.
And my other correspondence is, what was Jay's opinion about what you told him in the hallway? And I said, and go civil, baby, go civil. And he's like, that. Then I told him that's what I said. Jay blurted out while I'm telling you the story. Go civil.
That's right.
Because at that point, I mean, that could be just as damning.
Or worse.
Yeah, or worse. So anyway, I got people that are piling on my texts trying to help me with this particular situation. And Steve, Steve Brooks' husband, get a hold of Jay. Jay will help you navigate through that NDA.
For sure.
At 5 o'clock tonight, a Port Charlotte high school teacher accused of having sex with one of her students.
Wow, look at Emma.
Emma's sweater puppies. Oof.
Well, I mean, just really natural, too. We're all so thirsty.
Inside her classroom. Thanks for joining us. Hello again, everyone. I'm Chris Safadi.
I mean, Dan, you're a single man, would you?
Oh, she's cute.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I like her.
I'm Emma Heaton. Charlotte County deputies arrested 37-year-old Heather Mashburn Smith yesterday for unlawful sexual activity with a minor.
They're going to pluck her out of Fort Myers soon.
Wink always has like these,
Wink and Fort Myers. Whoever's doing the hiring down there, they always then the hot chicks get plinked out. They'll either go to Tampa or Orlando or Miami.
Replaced with a twink,
and then they replace with the old timer that can't get out of. This guy could never get out of Fort Myers if ever. Look at him.
He's been 30 years.
She'll be out in 6 months.
The arrest has shaken up the entire school community. Wink News reporter Maddie Herron joining us live from the school now. Maddie, how have students and
Maddie's going to be staying in Fort Myers.
Parents reacted.
I spoke with several students and parents here outside of Port Charlotte High School, and many of them tell me they're appalled at one of their school's teachers and what she is accused of doing with a former student.
Oh.
Heather Mashburn Smith's arrest report says she admitted to having sex with a 17-year-old boy and that she knew.
Here's and not that any of these women are listening to this program, but like, you're not going to get away with it.
Nope.
You're just not. There's just too much, the tethers that you have into these kids, outside the classroom. You're probably not going to get caught in the act of what you're doing, but the texts and the Snapchat and the, all the, the supposedly anonymous ways you can text with, they have a Signal app, Lummy, and there's different apps and stuff, WhatsApp, but if that boy that you're blasted in school has any type of good parents go through their kids' phones. It's their right to. You kind of need to kind of understand what they're doing. You just kind of do. There
comes a point where you stop.
There is.
I don't go through my son's phone.
No. Your son is that ship has sailed. He's an adult.
Yeah, he's in college.
He's in college.
Yeah,
but when they live underneath the roof, when they're still in high school, I think you got to maybe every once in a while.
I reserve the right to. And I just don't do it. I don't exercise that right.
How about with Sage?
100% I reserve.
Hold on. What's that again? I'm sorry.
100%.
100%.
She's 14.
I know. That's when you got to know what you got to know what Sage is doing on her phone.
100%.
You got to know.
Dr. Ben, do you go through both your kids' phones?
Not often, but they know I'll just grab their phone and fish through it every now and then. They know that I'll grab it.
They know that at any time you can say, "Give me your phone."
Yeah. And if they do that, like if you walk in the room and they put the phone down quick.
Yeah.
You're like, give me that.
What's going on here?
Give me that. What are you doing? Who are you
She
talking
told
to?
deputies she and her former student had sex twice inside her classroom within the last month.
In the classroom?
However,
in the classroom.
Moron.
The only thing I got to say is, listen, and I'm not trying to be one way. Where were these teachers when we were growing up?
Detectives say the student cut the relationship off because he felt it was uncomfortable and wrong.
He did. And nothing's more hornier than a 17-year-old.
Even a 17-year-old boy knew that it was wrong to do it in the classroom.
That must have been some bad.
I was just appalled to hear that a teacher would do that.
Listen, honey, can you do your hair before you're going to be on TV? Please. I mean, take a little pride in something here.
A student, especially in the classroom. It's disgusting.
That kind of.
Yeah, she should have done something to her hair, shaved.
Sue Halupska lives near the high school. While she doesn't have any students enrolled, as a mother, she has questions.
Well, how are we going to vet these teachers so that we know that they are responsible. And
all right, so we have to go quickly through these.
Maybe not those in the grandma.
Yeah, so that's
a 17-year-old boy with.
So that's 37 on. That's 37 on 17.
Yep.
And with a double whammy in the classroom, if we're scoring this.
A Whitman County teacher was in court today after being arrested for sexual misconduct with a minor. KREM 2's Caitlin Galloway is at the Whitman County Courthouse in Colfax with more on today's
Georgia
hearing.
A St. John's teacher was in Whitman County Court.
Hold on, sweetheart. You're getting ready to be on TV. Like, what are you wearing? Some jean jacket with some...
That's in Washington.
Okay, yeah, that looks like some tree-hugging granola bitch right here.
Washington State?
Yes.
Yeah.
Today and now has...
That's about as good as it gets in Washington State, right here. Lucky I don't think she's even washed her hair in a couple days. Look how greasy her hair is.
It's gross.
A restraining order preventing her from coming near school grounds.
Now, this woman's on television.
Mm-hmm.
Court documents say 25-year-old Mackenzie Knott was arrested on Sunday after her husband found out she cheated on
her husband found out
him with a 16-year-old student.
I have reviewed that document and I agree that there's probable
Now, Jay, does she not have any counsel?
Doesn't look like it.
cause for the offense.
According to court documents, Knott teaches first grade at St. John Elementary School, and the victim is a student at St. John Endicott High School.
What?
She's been charged with...
She teaches elementary.
Not her student?
No.
He's still under
He's in the
17.
same
Within
system.
the same school
in
system.
the same system, but not the same,
So
obviously.
would that be like an elementary school teacher in Hillsborough County elementary school teacher sleeping with the Hillsborough County
No, so
16-year-old?
I'm reading it. Looks like the school, they're just have it's K through 12 school. Everything's inside.
And in Washington, they still got the single house school room.
They got schoolhouse rock still.
Like Little House on the Prairie. Everybody gets learned up on the same room.
Sexual misconduct with a minor. The school district says in a statement that they are aware of allegations involving a district employee.
I mean, look at behind the school.
I love it. That looks awesome, man.
I mean, yeah, but usually you got a football field, a couple baseball diamonds. You got a softball field for the girls. I mean, you got
a mountain.
We got
a hill. We got a hill.
We got a hill.
We got a hill.
We got a hill. You know what? When the snow comes, we can sled the hell out of that hill.
Exactly. We got ourselves a hill.
Has been placed on leave. The district also says it is cooperating with authorities and will be conducting its own.
All right, that's Washington. This one here might be the hottest one so far. This one's out of Michigan. I think this is in the sentencing phase. They've already done the invest and stuff. And
that's the teacher?
I think so.
What do you have to say? I guess, what were you thinking?
Did the judge just ask the teacher, what were you thinking?
Yeah, I think so. Sentencing.
Is it not my best thinking? I can't hear you. Not my best thinking.
Not my best thinking.
Serious risk-taking behavior.
We'll tell you this. Let me just say this. Me as thirsty as I am. Hold on. Let me see. Look at that ass.
Oh, wow.
It almost looks like she's got like an assless pair of slacks on.
Wait a second. No, come on. That's his ear.
No, that's not
that's her butt,
Danny.
That's
her butt
right
hanging
here.
out.
That can't be her.
No, that's not her. No, she's got like beige.
She's got a heart-shaped ear, Dan.
Well, hold on. She's got like beige cream-colored pants on, but they're tight on her ass, and from a distance and on this camera angle, it looks like her ass is hanging out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does.
But I know that it's not. I mean, she's probably wearing like a black jacket with the tans. But I mean, that ass is popping, ain't it?
Yeah.
Serious risk-taking behavior, taking advantage of a minor, videotaping.
What's Johnny?
Oh no,
she's
videotaping
Oh,
too.
don't talk to me about that.
A minor, videotaping. You're having sex with a minor at his home. Right? I mean, it's just disgusting.
So she was blasting him at his house and videoing it.
Yep.
Do you want to add anything? No, I think that the statement was enough. All right. Would you like to add anything?
No, Judge, just have the court follow the agreement that we have.
Oh, so she must have an agreement, Jay? Because it just can we let the court follow the agreement we have? Now,
can you coach her to like say, I am really sorry. Yeah. I didn't mean to do it. I mean, anything better than not
Jay,
my best decision.
You could have had
making.
her. You could have had her. You could have a client in your office for about 50 minutes, and you can get them all coached up on what they're supposed to say.
And if not, here's a yellow pad. Read your statement to the court. Right. This is pathetic.
Let me write something down. Just read what I write.
Well, you know,
and make it sound good.
I don't know if it comes out in this, but her attorney does tell the judge after this that she was addressing her mental health issues that were behind her sick actions.
Oh, again, you're right, Lemmy. Like with Bubba, if he'd just gone to his mentals, if he just said, I was going through a lot mentally at the time. Everybody, give me a little slack.
I should have just gone to rehab. Right after the sex tape.
That wasn't a thing then, or we would have.
I know. I should have just gone to rehab.
Jeez.
All right. So, with regard to 3 counts of third-degree criminal sexual conduct, 51 months to 15 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections.
15 months to 15 years.
51 months.
Oh, to 15 years. 51 months is 5 years. No, 4 years.
4 years and 3 months.
Go back a second. Please.
On what she was saying here?
Yeah.
Right,
15 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections. On each of the 3 counts of third-degree criminal sexual conduct, 51 months to 15 years with the Michigan Department.
51 months to 15 years.
Corrections on each of the 3 counts. 1 day credit on each. You must comply with DNA testing and cost is $60. State cost is $204. There's a crime victim's rights fee of $140.
There you go, Dan. A little better picture of the ass. Look at that.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
You must comply with DNA testing.
Now, Jay, can I ask you a question? Anytime the bailiff kind of starts rolling up on you, that means you're fixing to get cuffed, isn't it?
You know.
When the bailiff starts sneaking up on you a little bit, he's not there for pleasantries.
That's the last time she's wearing a nice outfit for quite some time.
All of a sudden you hear, and that's him, cycling through his cuffs to get him open.
Yep.
HIV testing and comply with the sex offender registration requirements. You must have no contact with you or any of your agents.
Let me ask you a question, Jay, Dan. Do you think that women judges are tougher on women that do this sort of thing, or men judges? I think that you might get a tougher sentence from a woman judge than a man. Maybe.
I don't know that you can generalize it as much as I think it's crime specific. Like this one is much more serious. I mean, they're all serious. But you heard the one before. It's a 17-year-old kid right before graduation.
Right.
2 times.
2 times.
2 times. It's terrible. It's terrible. Different than, I mean, I want to know how old this kid is.
I think he was
videotaping
15.
It's, at their house
16,
multiple times.
16.
It's
you're right, Jay. So it's probably more crime specific than it is sentencing specific. Like, man versus female.
The worst part is how she got caught. She accidentally let it slip to a coworker that she had sex with this guy.
And how did that happen? How did that slip out, Hey, Sherry, will you schedule this for me? By the way.
Hey, Sherry. Hey, Sherry, you want to go to lunch today? But, listen, did you know that, Jeremy McGillicuddy, I blasted 3 times over his house last week? And you know what? Hold on. I got tape.
That's right. It just slipped out.
Did I leave anything out?
No, you're
Right,
I don't think so.
Judge, for the record, I'm handing her a notice of right to apply with you.
Like I said, Jay,
yep.
Look at the bailiff.
And she was ready to go. She put her arms back.
Oh, my God. So now, Jay, they're going to go take her in custody, and then she'll have to come back another time for sentencing? This isn't the sentencing. This is just the plea deal,
well, it
right?
looks like maybe where they're accepting the plea.
Yeah. Now, do they come back?
Which includes a sentence, usually.
Yeah, but I haven't heard a sentence. Did you guys hear a sentence?
She said a range. She didn't give an actual sentence that I heard.
Right. And I don't think with no bond, you think, Jay?
No.
No bond?
No. She's already been found guilty or they pled guilty.
Nothing's worse than when they give you your paperwork and when you're handcuffed.
Look at the paperwork behind the back.
I know. Be like, come on, man, give it to my lawyer. I can't handle this paperwork.
Exactly. Give it to my counsel.
And I'd be like, I'd ask Resky the bailiff, hey, buddy, can you give me double cuffs? I got my little T-Rex arms. They can't even come together. Can you give me double cuffs, brother?
Her life is forever ruined.
I mean,
she's a sexual predator. She'll never be a teacher. She educated herself to be a teacher. She threw it all away. That's why that judge said that is risky behavior.
And now former high school counselor makes her first court appearance after Asheboro police charge her with...
We got 8 of these. 8 of them in the last 2 days. I mean, it's an epidemic. Teacher-student epidemic.
Sex acts with a student. WFMY News 2's Amber Lake.
So, we've been in, I think, Port Charlotte, Florida.
Yes.
And then we were in Washington State.
Yes.
I don't know where this was in, I think...
the other one was in Detroit or in Michigan.
Michigan, the last one we just did.
Yes.
Right.
Was there as the woman got emotional.
Today in court, we learned that 39-year-old Amber Walker worked for the district since 2018. She also has a 2-year-old son.
This is North Carolina.
This is North Carolina.
Yeah.
So we got Florida, Washington, Michigan, North Carolina.
Whole country.
Boy, it's like you have to have lunch lady arms to cover the school.
Convicted of the 2 charges that she faces, she could spend nearly 8 years behind bars. She was visibly upset in court today. Asheboro police arrested Walker on May 8th and charged her with 2 felony counts.
So this just went down May 8th. Like this is her probably first appearance.
2 felony counts
of sex act with a student. Investigators say that they received information last Thursday alleging Walker engaged.
Got some badass police cars though. Don't they? I mean, those are pretty sporty looking, aren't they, Dan?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Engaged in sexual activity with a juvenile student at Asheboro High School on May 6th. Police said the detectives quickly confirmed the allegation before taking Walker into custody just hours later. Asheboro City Schools says Walker worked as a school counselor but is no longer employed. In a statement, the district says in part, the safety and well-being of our students and staff remain our highest priority. Walker's attorney told the judge that she is no longer in a position to reoffend because she doesn't work for the district anymore. The judge set the bond today at $50,000 secured and said that if Walker were to get out of jail, she is to have no contact with the victim. Reporting from Asheboro.
What's $50,000 secured, Jay? Is that just you have to come up with 5? Or
yeah, that's it for sexual. I mean, two felonies.
Felonies. So she only has to really come out of pocket 5 G's, right?
$5,000.
Yeah.
It's $50,000 bail. That's significant.
Maddie B,
No, it's
$10.
It's not. For sexual assault, dude, in the old days, that used to be $250,000 all day long. Come up with $25,000. It's a whole lot different than come up with 5.
We got Florida, Michigan, Washington, North Carolina.
Yes.
That's if we're scoring. I want you to score them for me. Write them all down.
So glad they don't have these rules in broadcasting.
Florida, Washington, Michigan, North Carolina. What do you mean, Dan? What are you talking about?
Well, what I'm saying is
what are you saying?
What are you saying, Dan?
You don't get in trouble for having sex with the listener.
Yeah, you're right. But Dan, I've never engaged in any of them being, well, I'm not just talking about when I was younger.
Not in decades.
Not in decades, right.
School teacher.
Let's just be quiet.
Behind bars following.
Here you go. Geographically, tell me where this is. Okay.
Her arrest on Friday.
Well, Savannah police say an investigation revealed that she had been.
All right, so Georgia. So we got Washington, Michigan, Florida, North Carolina, now Georgia. Right?
Yes.
For those scoring at home.
Having an inappropriate relationship with a student. Our Madeline Bierster brings us new details today on the teacher's back.
All right, Dan, at least the nicest one that they've thrown it to yet, this one.
Ground in the community and at her high school.
I don't know, a little bit fake looking, but whatever.
Yeah, Don Mike, 35-year-old Paulina Walden was arrested an hour after school dismissal on Friday.
Paulina Warden.
Today, we're learning she worked heavily with the theater department at the high school and also worked at multiple schools prior to
see the mugshot.
Jenkins High. Savannah police arrested the 35-year-old.
Ew, what a beast.
English teacher Friday, but the tip came in a week prior. The tip being Walden was having an inappropriate sexual relationship with a student. A week later, she was placed in handcuffs and taken to jail on charges.
And let me, all the years we've been on the air and all the years I've been doing broadcasting, I've never seen 8 of these in 2 days.
No.
I've never. And these are the type of I love covering these things. I do. This is one of my favorite things to cover. Call me sick or crazy. It's because of my kidney stone.
You're sick.
It's stuck in the shaft.
Of sexual assault by a facility employee and child molestation. The school
Ooh, Jay, that sounds a little bit more, little more hefty.
District says Walden is an English teacher at Jenkins High, and she worked at the school district since late 2023. According to the district, when administrators became aware of the allegations, Walden was reassigned to a non-school location with no student contact for a week. Because the alleged contact happened off campus, SPD handles the case. The school district issued a statement following.
Hey, at least she did it off campus, right?
Yeah, that's nice of her.
Following her arrest, saying, quote, the district takes any accusation of inappropriate conduct by an employee very seriously. The matter will be reported to the Georgia Professional Standards Commission. And although it's been reported to the Georgia Commission for Teachers, her certification status is still active till 2029, it says. Her certification doesn't show she's under investigation or has any ethics status complications. Through her social media, I've learned she worked with Jenkins' theater department in multiple plays and productions. She's been the yearbook advisor and a head coach at one point for the dance and flag team. She's worked for at least 4 schools in the area, typically teaching elementary school, but also as a teaching assistant. That includes Garrison School of Visual and Performing Arts, Schumann Elementary.
All right, enough for her. I got so many of these to get through.
Man, and her husband.
Would you look into the 30 years before her?
Her husband's a teacher there, too. So, he's probably just loving life.
An Alexander High School teacher allegedly had sex with a student twice. 25-year-old Maris Nichols is facing 2 counts of sexual assault by person with supervisory or disciplinary authority. She was arrested.
Tell me what state's this in?
It looks like Georgia.
This is in Georgia, too.
On Friday.
She's kind of cute.
According to warrant.
Yeah, she's kind of naturally with no makeup, and I've been crying all day cute.
Nichols allegedly had sex with the
You don't look your best when you've been crying for 5 hours.
No, mugshots are not flattering.
No, they're not.
student on April 23rd.
Although I got to tell you, man, my mugshot was pretty damn good. My mugshot was pretty damn. Can you pull up my mugshot?
That'll be fine.
I had my frosted tips going on. I look good as hell with my mugshot.
Inside a school closet.
Am I the only guy that's got a mugshot?
Yeah, I don't.
And then again on May 2nd.
You had gel in your hair too, right?
I was gelled up. They told me you know what?
You did some curls on the way in, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Hogan's like, brother, make sure you just lean against a wall and do like 15 or 20 short little push-ups. It'll pump up those arms. Wear a sleeveless T-shirt.
Then you
inside a car.
I was only in there for like 15 or 20 minutes. They VIP'd me, man.
End of a driveway. And
it's different when they're coming to apprehend you and you don't know, and then they just tell you got to turn yourself in,
Douglasville community. We reached out to the Douglas County school system, and in a statement, the district said it was, quote, deeply troubled by allegations against an individual associated with one of our schools, end quote.
Said she's behind bars for allegedly having sex with the student on 2 separate occasions.
We know the district launched an investigation and will
I don't think they've shown a picture of her yet, have they?
Yeah, Dan thought she was kind of cute.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The natural crying, yeah.
With law enforcement. The allegations and arrest came as a shock to this community, with one parent telling me off camera it is a sad situation. An investigation is ongoing after Douglas.
All right, so that's good. We didn't really, they didn't really, that must be, and I think this is the same one, right, Lemmy?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, so that brings it down to 7. We really only have 7. Oh. Sorry, not 8, because I had double whammy. I think this is my last one. And this is Inside Edition, so this must be very salacious if they're covering it, right?
Yes.
It's a stunning moment as a teen speaks out about the years of sexual abuse he says he suffered at the hands of a teacher.
Just because. I mean, she's pretty hot.
Wait, that's the teacher?
Yeah.
Oh.
Would you not think that was a weird picture if that was your kid and their hands up on her chest? See that? Like that would immediately red flag.
Well, yeah,
Kendall. That was like a prom picture, not like a teacher with a student.
Kendall would have already been down there and cut her. Just saying.
No Achilles left already.
Just saying.
As he suffered at the hands of a teacher.
Yeah, you're right, Dan. That's very prom-like, is it not?
Where's her bouquet or whatever it is?
Just because I'm a man doesn't mean that it should be.
Just because I'm a man doesn't mean it should be less of a crime.
Turned away because I was a child. I wasn't a man. I was a boy.
Grant Strickland met the kindergarten teacher when he was 14 years old and auditioned for the lead male role in his community theater production of
Peter Pan.
Legally Blonde, the musical. Okay. Grant won the part. Teacher Nicole Callahan was the director.
I had to grow up very, very fast and get on a whole nother maturity level that I was never ready for and shouldn't have had to been.
Why are you coming back like 4 or 5 years? Why are you doing a circle back deal, my friend?
Detectives say the teacher started grooming the 9th grader and pressured him into an inappropriate and unlawful relationship that went on for 2 years. She reportedly even signed him out of the school and personally drove him to rehearsals. Sometimes she drove him to a hotel. Other times they...
I think that is one of those I'm going to kill myself suits on.
Oh, wow.
Doesn't that look like a straitjacket kind of deal?
Her mugshot looks pretty good.
That looks from a hair salon.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's getting her hair dyed. That's either a hair salon cape or a police issued straitjacket. But she looks good as hell. That's a hell of a mugshot. Did you send my mugshot, Lummy?
I couldn't. It's like they wiped it. I'm like trying to find it.
They're in a parking garage.
You can't type in Bubba the Love Sponge
mugshot. I've done that.
State your name. Hold on. I think we missed it. They blasted in a parking garage. Yeah.
To rehearsals. Sometimes she drove him to a hotel. Other times they got together in a parking garage.
State your name for me, ma'am.
Nicole Callahan.
The 33-year-old teacher wiped away tears during her first appearance in court.
You know, when you're standing against the bricks like that in a room that you can't get out of, you're pretty much in trouble.
Anderson County, South Carolina.
You will have a no contact order with the victim.
I mean, this is South Carolina, North Carolina. Hold on, let me see.
Anderson County, South Carolina.
Yeah, South Carolina. So what are our official states, Lummy?
Florida, Washington, Michigan, North Carolina, 2 Georgia, and South Carolina.
There you go.
You will have a no contact order with the victim or the victim's family. Do you understand the no contact order?
Yes, Your Honor.
Grant, who is now 18, says he decided to come forward to put a human face on what he experienced.
This happens, and it happens a lot, and it's not just to women, it's to men too, and it happens to young children, and it's got to stop. I would never want someone to go through what I went through because I don't really think that most people would be strong enough to survive it.
You know, the truth is there's a lot of fodder to try to make fun of him, but what he's talking about's real. That's a 14-year-old kid, and just because he's 6 foot doesn't mean that he's got the capabilities to think and analyze and evaluate things like an adult. Right. He was a young child.
Right, and she stole his innocence.
And she stole his innocence.
It's wrong. It's wrong. As cool as it kind of seems, it's still
wrong. As cool
wrong.
as we'd like it to be us back in the day, it's
but
not.
He's 14,
it's
not
not
17.
Cool. It's
he
not
was a child.
Cool. It's not cool in any way, shape, or form.
Bubba, I gotta go.
All right, buddy.
And next time I see you, it'll be in the new studios.
Tampa
North.
We're hoping.
Okay.
Good luck. We're hoping.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
I listen to Bubba every day.
I just really enjoy the outrageousness of it.
We love him. Couldn't do without him.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
Well, there's not a lot of them there, Mike. Sent you from the
From my box set?
cover.
You mean from my album?
Yeah. What's up, Felix? Maybe we will. What's up, Bulldog Tommy? Dr. Chris, good morning. Probably was. Medical mess.
Oh no, we got more Brandon. Can't stand that guy.
Oh, this guy's a fucking
I can't
asshole.
stand. He's maybe my least favorite politician right now. Morning, everybody. Big Bucks, Xerxes, Iggy, HS Bubba Fan, FJ Bar. What's up, everybody? Mike from Mass, Cracker Chris. How's everybody doing? What up, Jeff Freerson, 8764, how you doing? Grouper Lips, what up? Liz 84, Slick Ryan, how's everybody doing? What up, Mike? Uncle Rocky. Clicker Rack, 9998. What up, Berto Perez? 305 Express 7, good morning. Hope everyone's doing well. Thanks to you, Xerxes. What up, 843 operator? Where's that? What's up, Big Buck? How you doing, buddy? I think you have the largest hands I've ever seen, other than Lummy. Huh? Have you ever, are your hands as big as Big Buck's, or is he bigger than you?
They're
Pretty similar?
yeah.
You guys similar heights even? Or is he taller?
I'm a little taller.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Big guys. How you doing, Rainy, Oklahoma Realtor? Stop and Go Steve, what up? Sure, give a call over to Mel. Thank you, Slick Ryan. I step out of my comfort zone to do it, but I get pretty good responses on it. It's pretty funny stuff. You know what they say about big hands, Big Buck? Big gloves. That's right, big shoes.
Small penises, big gloves.
Lummy's over for sure.
Over the hell. What's up, Cracker
Shit,
Chris?
not
Check out
even-
Spice.
Too young to say that. Over the hell my ass.
What's up, Ryan?
Are you 40 yet? 45? 41?
Hey, it's Bubba the Love Sponge. If you're looking for a Volkswagen or any quality used vehicle, it's Volkswagen of Wesley Chapel. You can get financing as low as 0% APR on new VWs and as low as 1.9 APR on certified pre-owned. Over 200 new VWs in stock. Over 200 used vehicles in stock. You're looking for a specific car or truck or something they don't have? They'll find it for you. Mention Bubba Army, get an additional $1,000 off new or used. No questions asked. Ask for my boy Rolo. For more information, go to VWofWC.com. Volkswagen of Wesley Chapel.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All at the Bubba Army now returns.
So we got today, tomorrow with Jane Lasker, Thursday with Brian Petroni, then Friday with Lasker, and then Lummy, we're all going to stick around Friday and try to unbolt all the furniture.
Yep.
Move it on Saturday. Work on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're hoping we can take Memorial Day off. Well, I think actually, if we're open, we can take maybe that weekend off.
That'd be nice.
And then have the testing, like do the testing that Friday, so that we know that when we come in there on Tuesday, it works.
It's running.
And then, so it's getting kind of, it really hasn't hit me, and I don't know if I might cry. I might cry a little bit. Jay, did you cry when you left the badass office in Bank of America, or were you somewhat relieved, or, I know that was a really trying time for you. Were you emotional for that? Because you had a beautiful office and just everything was going great.
I'd been there for 18 years almost. I'm not a big crier. My son said the only time he saw me cry is when my dad died. But I was definitely
I've never seen
emotional about it.
Yeah.
And, my autopilot, the day that I was supposed to go to Brian and Gina's office, the first day, which was August 15th, 2015.
And you got the day down, too.
I'll never forget it, Bubba. I went to the wrong office. I went to my old office.
You did?
And I started getting ready to pull in, and I was like,
oh, man.
Oh, my God, I'm in the wrong place. And then it was, it was a humbling thing. But didn't take me very long to get right back up.
I will tell you, though, I actually kind of like the feel of your new place better.
I do
it's
too.
It's way easier. It's well, hold on. It may not be as well. I think it's actually in some instances more glamorous.
It is
to have your own standalone brick and mortar, but it's also so much more user friendly for the consumer just to pull up to the parking lot and make 14 steps and you're right there in the front door.
It's the best. We got 17 standalone parking spots. We did it right before COVID. Couldn't have been a better time.
You bought it right.
Yeah, and downtown was 17 years. I walked out of my building and saw the same lawyers having lunches at the same places, and it gets tiresome.
And the same parking garage and all that nonsense. And at your old place, didn't it cost like $200 or $300 just to park your car?
Oh, it was ridiculous how much. But what was, it was a different time where I needed to walk from my office to the courthouse 6 times a week.
Right. I understand.
And I could just go practice law because we practice in the courthouse.
If I can ask a very probably, you don't have to answer, but it's kind of back in the day, it doesn't really matter. What was your rent back then? I mean, because that was like...
Steve would be a better person for that, but I'm sure it was $30,000 or $40,000 a month, I'm sure. I mean, at one point in time, we had 4 offices statewide. Our overhead was $1 million a month.
Yeah.
Our overhead.
Do you ever remember, did I ever tell you about the conversation I had with John Morgan during COVID?
Probably, but I don't remember it.
So I was talking to, him and I are close. We're pretty close. And we're talking. And, he's, I think, Lummy, he's worth, I think they may have said that he may be a billionaire now. But I think so.
I think he is a billionaire.
Yeah. I think he actually was just part of an article on Forbes on the top 250 self-made millionaire/billionaires. But at the time when I'm talking to him in July, August of 2020, we talk some personal stuff and really, but he's like, at that point, I think he was worth about $250 million. And so he goes, I'm like, and Jay, as well as I do, he's in the same business as you are, but on a much different scale. And he needs cars on the road, getting in car wrecks in order to keep, that's what he does. That's what you do. And everybody knows, I mean, what was your business? Down 80%, down 50%, down 70%?
It was unbelievable how much COVID affected us.
So he goes, and so I'm talking to John. He's like, well, I can't even do my John Morgan, trying to do my So I'm like, well, you're going to be okay, John. He's like, Mom, we're down. I can't even do my John Morgan impersonation, so I'm just going to be myself. He's like, we're down I'm down 70 to 80%. We used to get 5,000 phone calls. Listen to these numbers, Jay. We used to get 5,000 to 7,500 phone calls a day, of which 10% of those are good. They know. They know the good ones from the bad ones. So you're looking at, so let's say 7,500. That's 750 cases a day, Jay.
It's unbelievable.
And so, and some of them are probably better than others.
I'm sure.
But he's like, I'm getting 200 phone calls a day. And I got a full-blown phone center on 24 hours. And he goes, I'm like, John, you're worth like $300 million. He goes, Bubba, it takes me about 25 to 30 million a month to run my business. How long does 250 million last with that? I'm like, oh. He's like, about 10 months. That's what he said. And he's like, it's just it's a different number, a much larger number, but you still got the overhead. You can't pull up stakes out of all the office spaces that he leases. I mean, I think he's in all 50 states,
if not close to it.
Yeah, he may not by choice be in like North Dakota.
The largest personal injury firm in the nation, which means in the world.
No, in the world.
Well, if you say in the nation, that means the world.
Yeah, the world. In the world. And he may not be in North Dakota because he doesn't want to be in North Dakota.
Right.
But he's in New York, L.A. Everywhere. He's everywhere. And it was just like, man, I was like, wow. But yeah, Jay, I mean, probably back in the day when you guys had 4 offices, you guys are probably running 150, 200,000 a month.
A million.
A million.
We had 175 employees, 75 lawyers, and 4 offices. 2 floors in Miami, almost a full floor in Tampa, almost a full floor in Orlando, and we had like one of those little strip center type offices in
Jayville.
What's it? South of Sarasota.
Fort Myers, Naples.
Yeah, it was right around. Right, I can't remember the name of it. I'll think it'll come to me in a second.
Area.
Lakewood Ranch.
So anyway,
Ranch.
Just coming off of the 7 teacher sex stories, the USA Gymnastics program with that Larry Nassar guy that was I think the head coach of gymnastics out of Michigan State, and I think I think that Michigan State may have written like a $400 million settlement. I don't know. Maybe you can look up the Larry Nassar. I think between USA Gymnastics and Michigan State, I think that maybe it was upward. I think it's anywhere between $200 and $400 million that they wrote. Like I don't know how many different girls that this monster actually sexually molested at the Olympics, and it was
$500 million.
$500 million.
332 claimant
Jay,
people, yeah.
$500 million settlement. $500 million.
Oh, and they set $75 million aside for future victims.
Yeah.
Sexually assaulted at least 265 young women and girls.
Yes.
Holy
And so
crap.
the USA Gymnastics, he was also the head coach of the Olympic USA Gymnastics. I don't know who kicked in what, but, the USA Gymnastics has, that was really a black eye. Not good. You said how many commit, Jay, over 200?
265.
So, you would think that the USA Gymnastics would really, when you get stung for this type of situation and you got this big of a monster that you just turned your cheek and, I think he's in prison for the rest of his life. I think he got sentenced to like 700 years or something like that.
Yeah, he's not 40 to 175 years.
Yeah, exactly. So,
remember the father tried to jump across the table at him?
That's
what I think most dads would have done.
Sure. So, you would think that, man, USA Gymnastics have really put some protocols. Like, we're really going to be, like, when you get stung like that, you really put some systems in place.
Well, as a lawyer, you have to.
Yeah.
Like, if you're advising the National Gymnastics Association, you say, okay, well, here's how you prevent this in the future. It's not just about paying the one case off. You got to give proactive advice and counsel, too. And that advice and counsel should be, here's the policies and procedures that we've implemented to be sure that this never happens again to young, vulnerable women or boys.
That could actually be part of the settlement, right?
It should be.
That you set up systems to safeguard that this doesn't happen again.
Right. When you ever hear somebody who's really sophisticated in a big stakes lawsuit, they say, it's not just about me, it's preventing it from happening in the future.
Right.
And that's what someone should have done here.
So guess what, Lummy?
What?
USA Gymnastics, another dude.
Oh, my.
And this guy's a real scumbag. I don't know why they didn't look, but it happened again. I think Iowa State or Iowa. Wait till you see this.
First, Larry Nassar. Now another figure in the USA Gymnastics system is being accused of sexual abuse.
Every coach will spot you,
make sure you're not falling.
Yeah.
What did he do that was different?
Put his hands on our private parts.
Finley Weldon, competing here for Iowa State University, showed elite talent at a young age. So she moved with her family from Utah to Iowa to train at a place called Chow's Gymnastics. It's the gym where Olympic gold medalists Shawn Johnson and Gabby Douglas, maybe you've heard of them. It's the gym where they were coached. Little did they know, the Weldons, that Chow's new coach, Sean Gardner, had been accused of inappropriate behavior at his last coaching job in Mississippi.
Jay, that horrible vetting?
Oh, it's worse. Wait till you see. I'm just reading the article. Let's see what they go into here.
Gardner's boss said she told USA Gymnastics about his, quote, grooming behavior. Additionally, the mother of a Mississippi gymnast alerted USA Gymnastics that Gardner was giving young gymnasts, now get this, quote, very long, front-facing, two-armed hugs with long kisses on the forehead. Still, however, Gardner moved from one USA Gymnastics gym to another. This is after the Larry Nassar scandal exploded. And USA Gymnastics had swore it had heard the athlete's story from the Nassar scandal and that wholesale changes were coming.
Let there be no mistake. Those days are over. USA Gymnastics is on a new path.
By the way, this is the former president and CEO of U.S. Gymnastics. So this woman...
After Nasser.
And I'm assuming this might be a congressional hearing?
It looks like it. It looks like it's after Nasser to say that we're going to prevent this from happening again.
Right. This is trying to get the horse back in the barn. Right, bud? Like this is, completely...
PR.
Yeah.
With new leadership and a commitment to ensure this never happens again.
In separate lawsuits, Gardner is accused of abusing at least 5 gymnasts at Chow's gym in West Des Moines, Iowa.
They were brave and they spoke out so this wouldn't happen again, and it happened again.
Now, Sean Gardner didn't reply to our interview requests, and neither...
Has he been arrested?
Yes.
Oh, he has. He has been arrested.
He pled guilty to 3 counts of sexual exploitation of children in Mississippi. The charges stem from allegations that Gardner set up a hidden camera in the girls' bathroom in Mississippi gymnastics facility where he worked, recording girls between the ages of 6 and 14 undressing and changing into their leotards in 2017 and 18. Investigators seized approximately 50 videos and 400 photos from Gardner's residence as evidence, according to the FBI affidavit.
18.
Yes.
And he was still coaching?
Yep.
They let him off on that deal?
Yep.
Did the owners...
Like we said earlier, prosecutors and judges and these prosecutors that won't prosecute is about 50% of our problems in our country right now. It's too bad we cannot set up some type of prosecutorial oversight committee where, people have some type of resolve where if you are a victim in some type of, crime or something that happened to you and the prosecuting attorney denies you that, because in today's world, Jay, a no is a no and pack sand. You have no other, you have no other remedies criminal wise once the prosecutor says no pros.
Yep.
And you have no remedies, none. They're like, it's almost like they have too much power. Like prosecuting attorneys need to have somebody that they potentially could answer to. And I know you can say the governor, but that's such a...
Prosecutorial discretion is a little bit too broad sometimes.
And I think they're a little too powerful.
Yeah.
I think there needs to be some type of sanctioning body, regionally. Like we have the second DCA here, the second DCA, the Second District Court of Appeals, which at the end of the day, can oversee, the judicial system. But I don't think there's a prosecutorial oversee element to I don't think we have that. Do we?
I don't know.
FDLE?
FDLE probably, but I'm sure they have a code of conduct and a code of ethics. The Florida bar regulates that stuff, so.
Of Chows, who have denied the claims in a court case. As for USA Gymnastics, they told us that it appreciates the seriousness of Gardner's case, but USA Gymnastics said it can't comment because of the ongoing legal matter.
Had they done any kind of even surface investigation, they would have found this plethora.
Jay just Googled it right now and found it. And this happened in 2017 and 18.
It looks like it happened all the way up to 2022.
Of all this abuse and videotaping and touching and things like that. Now, this is a brand new case, isn't it?
I'm seeing, it looks like, they started rounding it up and it's starting to make more headlines now.
Yeah, this comes from CBS News. It happened 11 hours ago.
Yeah, the one I have is from 5 hours ago and says that Sean Gardner, a gymnastics coach who trained elite young girls, pleaded guilty to the 3 counts of sexual exploitation. And
from 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
So we haven't even... if he pled guilty, next comes sentencing, right?
Yeah, he faces 15 to 13 years. 15 to 30 years in prison.
See what this guy looks like now, though.
Per count.
And if it had been done, would the girls...
So 3 counts could be 90 years.
And they're going to go on the heavy side of this. They got to.
In Mississippi?
Yeah.
They should.
Yeah.
Being victimized in Iowa, not been?
Yeah, they never would have met him.
Did you send me a picture? Let me have him.
Yeah, I have his what he looks like now because everything they showed was him, some young guy.
Yeah, this is what he looks like now. Yeah, this is what he looks like now. In fact, I think that's a jumpsuit. I think
that's his mugshot.
That's his mugshot. Yeah, that's what he looks like. That's how he's rolling around nowadays.
He looks like a creepo.
Craig Long, age 41, a Tampa-based fitness trainer and social media influence. and owner of Craig Long Fitness. Now, I've never heard of such a place.
I haven't either.
And I don't know, maybe you can run a quick check on him. Like, what was his, I see people, like hot chicks or just anybody.
Why did they call MAGA a MAGA influencer?
I don't know. But I see people and they go like, I'm a content creator. And then they have like, I'm not kidding you, 821 followers.
He's got 125,000 followers.
Oh.
On Instagram.
On Instagram, 125. That's pretty impressive.
Let's see what his Facebook is.
Is he an African American guy?
Yeah, he's got 93,000 followers on Facebook. Yeah.
Okay, so he's below us, way below us.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to hit 300,000 here, probably the next 60 days.
It's Grady Judd.
Facebook.
You're in trouble.
Is this Polk County? I thought
it looks like it.
I think it's.
Well, he got arrested in Polk County.
Yeah.
Oh, so this was a Polk County sting.
So there's a little clip from Grady Judd showing the whole thing. Did you see that one? Let me.
Yeah. Now, is it encompassed to this, Lemmy?
Let me see what you got here.
Send me the Grady Judd deal. But this is the actual, and this is, to me, Jay, like, you know how when they're doing an undercover sting, like a lot of times they don't let the female trap or the female deputy or the female person that's setting them up, like, they don't allow them to, like, go this far. Like, wait till you see how far she goes. Like, she puts her hair up in a ponytail to start giving them oral.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, like, this
Is she a cop?
Yeah. She's either a cop or she's working with the cops. You know what I'm saying?
But this is with Grady. So Grady, he gets his female ladies to just really get after it.
So watch
He
this.
does.
I mean, check this out. I mean, like, and he walks in and he's freaked out. So listen.
Where you coming from, the gym? Oh my God.
He's saying where they're at. He got people all up in here. Where they at? So he kind of. She says, "Where you coming from?" And he goes, "You got people all up in here. Where you got them hidden at?" And she, he wants her to assure him that they're. And I think even in the documentary, Lummy, where Kevin Hazlett goes, if you ask somebody if they're a cop, like they go, oh, "Okay, you got me." Yeah, They can. Cops that are working undercover can lie to you. They can lie to you and say, "No, I'm not. I'm a cop. I hate cops, pigs." I mean, they can lie to you. That's part of being undercover. Right?
Well, yeah, which they need to change that rule.
You think so?
I do think so.
Yeah, hit him. Where they at? Oh my God. Hit him in the closet. Hit him in the closet. Open the closet. Dan, your nervous ass.
All right, so she's saying you're nervous ass, kind of talking ghetto, Lemmy, a little bit.
Yeah.
And he's looking around.
You haven't locked the door or nothing.
He knows something's wrong.
Yeah, so he said you didn't lock the door or nothing. So she said you're behind it. You lock it.
So go ahead and lock it yourself. Well, you got to do something. Let me know you're not police.
I think he says something here. You got to do something.
Let me know you're not.
Let me know you're not the police.
So you said you got to do something quick, right? Okay. You got my 100. Nervous.
So I think they're establishing the price at this point, right, Jay? Because that's part of the crime. $100.
Yeah.
And then, so listen.
This your first time doing this or something? Yeah, I don't do this.
She said, "This is your first time doing it?" And he goes, "Yeah, I don't do this shiz."
All right, go.
So listen. Let me listen to how forward this is.
So this is just like a simple John situation where he's just going to get a prostitute?
Yep. So watch.
All right, go ahead. Drop your drawers.
Go ahead and drop your drawers.
You want to start off with head?
You want to start up with some Hoppy A-Dop. You want to basically oral. Do you want to? She asks him. She tells him, "Drop your drawers." Do you want to start off with some?
Is that entrapment?
I don't know, Jay. I kind of think it might be. You're the lawyer, not me.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It's if someone had a predisposition to do it, regardless of the interaction with the police. I mean, it's
borderline.
Interesting.
Here we go. Listen.
All right, go ahead. Drop your drawers.
Go ahead and drop your drawers.
You want to start off with head?
You want to start off with some oral.
Thank you.
So she goes back.
Yeah. Take my shoes off. Go ahead, make yourself comfortable. Let me grab a towel, okay? Take a seat.
So she goes, let me go grab a towel, take a seat. Now he knows at this point. Listen.
See, there you go. No. Bro.
See, there you go again. And she goes, no, bro. And this is where she does, dip out because the boys are coming. Because they're in another room. They got this is the adjoining room gimmick.
Like, do you want to like nut on my face or something? Like, chill. I'm just trying to grab a cup.
After Craig is arrested, I leave my location to go over to that hotel to try to get his side of the story. Now, Craig gives me a very cold, mean stare, and it's pretty clear he doesn't want to discuss that night's events.
Now, let me did Grady have?
Yeah, I sent you the video.
Did Grady broke it down?
He does his little show, the mugshot, while they're doing the sex trafficking.
Yeah, here we go.
Arrested. He's 41. Some of you may recognize him. He's an influencer. He also owns Craig Long Fitness in Tampa. He was seeking the services of a prostitute. Did I tell you that he's married? That he's got 125 followers on Instagram, 568 followers on TikTok? Well, I'm going to give him some content for his social media.
I think Grady completely messed that up.
He did.
Today. He was a previous felon who straightened up. Really what we want to see in life. Now he's an influencer. He moves in big circles.
Jay, look.
I know. But doesn't this,
I love Grady. I have Grady's personal phone number. But this does feel a little entrappy, doesn't it? Jay?
I feel like this is like, I don't know, on this is gray.
Yeah. I think that's
did he ever give the money? It's like the whole thing is very terrible. First of all, prostitution is sketchy, terrible. This is not your guy, the John, that's been out there every day, that's going down Nebraska Avenue and picking up chicks on the corner of the street, getting some his, and then being done in 5 seconds. This guy was, did he appear like he'd been doing this a lot?
No. Well, either no, because he was so uncomfortable, or yes, because he knew the drill.
I think it's terrible what he's accused of doing.
Even with the president. This is a photograph with the president and his son not long ago. Now, we like to see people who make mistakes early in life, and he had a long history straighten up. We like the fact that he likes the cops. Heck, he liked them so much, he got caught up in a sting and got to be up and real close with the cops. We asked what his attitude was. They said, he had a great attitude. He appreciates law enforcement. Well, there you go. You got arrested in a human trafficking sting.
Now,
that's human trafficking?
Yeah, now see, that is where I disagree with all these local sheriffs when this is a straight solicitation of prostitution. That's all it is. That's all it is. This is a guy trying to get some ass or some oral for $100. That's all it is. There's no way else.
It's what they tried to do to Robert Kraft. Remember, he was involved in some human trafficking thing. It turned out he wanted a massage at the massage parlor.
He wanted a happy ending massage at the Wild Orchid. That's it.
And there's a picture of him with Trump too, by the way.
And so here's the deal, man. If you're gonna, first of all, the sting in itself felt a little entrappy. Jay, you brought that up. It felt a little entrappy, which throws it to the gray. And then, okay, if the arrest holds up, it's not entrapment, and it's gonna stick. The guy's not human trafficking. He's not trying to get her to come back to his house, and he locks her in a room and then has his friends come over and traffics her. He's just trying to get $100 oral job in what looks to be like the Hampton Inn.
It's the bar. So it looks like he reached out to her online.
Right, of course.
And said he'll meet her up at the Bartow Hotel, give her $100 for something quick.
Okay. Now that's... And all these sheriffs, they take simple prostitution, which isn't cool, which I don't think there's really any victims, especially when we have 2 consenting adults. But, you get simple prostitution. And you're like, Jay, you're right. It's not on the streets where your kids could potentially see it when you got these bitches wearing short skirts on the corner and guys rolling up and they're getting a $30 oral job
right. or
in the middle of in an alley,
grooming a 12-year-old that they think's a 12-year-old, and they go to their house with beer like the Chris Hansen thing.
Right.
It's not that.
No, this is just a strict solicitation of prostitution.
Yeah,
That's all this is.
I'm a huge Grady Judd supporter, and I love
too.
when he goes to the podium and he dresses people down. I just don't think this is his best example of, cleaning the streets up from a guy who was trying to get, solicit prostitution illegally, allegedly.
Yeah, but they all the sheriffs, there is no longer solicitation of prostitution. They throw the human. Now, I would be interested to know, how do you, if you're going to charge him with human trafficking,
what's the standard?
Then what are we using that he did as human trafficking? So to me, it looks like, Jay, that he reached out to her digitally, got a hold of her online. They corresponded probably via an app, WhatsApp or Snapchat or some kind of hidden undercover app, or maybe they just even went cell phone text to text.
It looks like they just charged him with soliciting prostitution.
That's it?
Yes.
All right.
But calls it
because he probably Kevin Hazel it up, and that.
Well, it's because 266 people were arrested in a human trafficking sting operation, so he was lumped into that.
Yeah, which is not fair to that guy. Now, listen, I'm not sticking up for that guy, but I really don't find a lot of it. I don't really have a problem with two consenting people over the age of 18 that are going to meet at a hotel, and a guy pays a chick a little something to get whatever they have talked about, as long as it's not weird and it's not abusive and it's not, it's just two consenting adults. Don't they say, Jay, that prostitution is the world's oldest profession?
That and pugilism, fighting and prostitution.
So,
prostitution and pugilism.
Some gym guy that's a social media influencer.
Oh, it looks like he was a Jan 6er too, and Trump pardoned him.
Oh man, that even makes it further. So anyway, man, I just think that's a lot of times these police agencies want to throw human trafficking around when all the guy was just trying to get some oral for $100. That's it. And I really don't have a problem with that either. If I was to be intellectually honest, I'm just going to be honest. I really don't have a problem with a guy paying $100 for some oral, as long as she's good with it, and she's not there, against her will, and she, drove herself there. She cut the deal. She went. She was there. She told him to drop his drawers. And does he want to start out with oral? Yeah. She said that. He didn't put a gun to her head and said, "Bitch, start, giving me oral." Nothing like that. She initiated. Jay. One would think. She initiated the sexuality.
Mm-hmm.
She did.
If I'm a defense lawyer and I'm defending this case, I'm really interested in the fact that they did 266 arrests in one day, and looking at the methods and means in which they did it. And, that's obviously, if you're defending a case like this, where you go with entrapment, that he didn't have the quote unquote predisposition to engage in the activity. He was hesitant. He was reticent. He didn't want to do it. And that she, suggested it.
Coerced him.
And so, that's the argument. The other argument is, no, he was of free mind and body and sound mind and body, and he did what he wanted. I thought you had to transfer money or something. I don't know, man. That's why I don't do criminal law, but that seemed like a little bit premature of an arrest, didn't it?
Liz, a woman's perspective, yep. Right? You know what she said? That's just a date with a little bit of a tip on the backside.
That's right.
That comes from one of our female listeners, Liz. I kind of agree with you. That's just, aside from dinner and drinks, you're a loser if you have to pay for sex, but it shouldn't be a crime if it's two consenting adults. I agree on that too.
Yeah, so what if you met her, Jay? What if he met her instead of at the Bartow Hotel, met her at the Applebee's, bought her a shot, and said, "Let's go to the hotel now."
No problem.
Yeah, it's that.
As long as
it's
she
that
didn't say, I want to. Let's go to the hotel where I'm going to give you $100 for you to give me some Rizzes.
No, but I'm saying is you give her $100 at the Applebee's and just say that it's.
I don't know.
I don't know the way to avoid prostitution laws, to be honest with you, and I'm not going to give any advice against.
In the Love Sponge monarchy, thou shalt not challenge King Bubba's authority ever.
May, say it, May.
He's not on drugs. He's just weird.
May.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
I'm all for busting those assholes right to the fucking surface.
He has some of those under, but that was just where, because, the guy he got pardoned by Trump, so obviously they're going to.
I mean, literally, look what's up on the screen was a picture of him and Erica. Just came up on the screen right now as we're just looking at it, yeah.
That's the timing right there.
What up, Dirt Merchant? What's up, LM Close? Good morning. What up, Cracker Chris? Thank you. You must have a rad 90-year-old dad if you were out late celebrating his birthday, Dirt Merchant. That's killer. $9 p.m.'s late for 90? You 100% Berto Perez. Even if you got it on video, that's just going to make your case better for your lawyer. You're never going to do the same for yourself as with a lawyer. Unless it was just a minimal policy, 10 grand or something like that, you could probably do that on your own. But if you're looking at a real policy, they don't care what's on the video.
You got a lawyer up.
You got a lawyer up.
I mean, some chicken shit stuff maybe, but not if you got some real.
It's a real policy, then they're going to fight you no matter what. SOS firm, or as Bubba likes to say, sperm. You can always just go to diacolaw.com too, ask for Mel if you ever have a question, guys. Happy to help. That's funny, Xerxes, but there's also the phrase, a lawyer who represents himself has a fool for a lawyer. So if you're not a lawyer and you represent yourself, you're even more of a fool. And I don't mean you specifically, Xerxes. I mean the figurative you in the phrase. For sure, grouperless. What's up, Biggie? Give me a call, Berto Perez. I'm happy to help you there, my friend. Hope you didn't get injured too bad.
Splintered memories looming up out of the time fog. Lost somewhere between fiction and reality. Madness. It made no sense at all. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So I'm going to close with a couple things. I was actually talking to Jay privately today, and I'm like, listen, man, half of our problems in our country are from lack of prosecutors and judges.
Mm-hmm.
They have a godlike complex. In some instances, they can't be even questioned. Their rulings are law. And what happened in Massachusetts yesterday, this guy out here, who I think at the end of the day, the cops had to shoot him down. Like they had to kill him.
Yeah.
But this guy was, so I'm going to play the video. But before I play the video, let me explain. The man caught on this video opening fire in the middle of a major Boston area road today has been identified as a violent career criminal, Tyler Brown. Brown was supposed to be in prison, not just for any willy-nilly kind of stuff, for attempting to murder a cop.
What?
Brown was supposed to be in prison for attempting to murder a cop, but a woke judge let him out early. These judges must go. Way too many innocent Americans lose their life because of these judges refusing to protect the public from violent criminals. In 2020, just 5-6 years ago, Brown pled guilty to 8 charges, including armed assault with intent to murder after he fired 13 rounds. He was supposed to serve at least a decade in prison, but the judge let him out after just 3 years. And that's why you got whack jobs that are doing this. Now, I can't even imagine. Jay, that'd be like you driving to your house on Davis Island, like down Bayshore or wherever the hell, just, on a regular street, and you got a guy on the side of the road or in the middle of the road. You'll see video in the middle of the road with an AR-15 like assault rifle just shooting you. Check this out.
Well, Lisa and David, we're learning his name, and his name is Tyler Brown. He's a 46-year-old man from Boston who I-Team sources say...
Again, supposed to be in prison for at least 10 years, let out 7 years early by some woke-ass liberal Massachusetts judge. Now he's in the middle of a major street in the Boston area. Thank God nobody got shot other than him.
Shot by a state trooper, and he's no stranger to law enforcement. In fact, in 2020, he was charged with attempting to kill Boston police officers. This is a photo of Tyler Brown from an officer safety bulletin that went out this morning in Boston. At about 12:30, Boston police officers attempted to do a well-being check at his home in Dorchester after his parole officer reported that he made suicidal statements. He was also allegedly seen on FaceTime with an assault rifle and said he would use it. The bulletin also mentioned his phone was pinging in Cambridge. Shortly after the bulletin went out, these videos of Brown were taken on Memorial Drive. He's seen walking down in the middle of the street, terrorizing drivers, waving and shooting a long gun. Witnesses say he shot at cars and in the air, before I-Team sources say a state trooper shot him and he was taken into custody.
Oh, so they didn't die.
You remember the old phrase, you lock them up and throw the key away?
Yeah.
There's certain people that you do that with. They don't use that phrase anymore. And so
not when you're in a blue state.
No. And then I don't know if you saw in New York City, an old man was pushed into the subway from a guy that had been arrested 4 times since February of this year.
Yep.
And we're working to learn more about Brown's condition.
I had a bunch of Mundani stuff today, and I didn't get to. That guy's a complete whack job. I guess they're already trying to throw it, like maybe impeach him. Because, and did you see where Goldman Sachs are moving out? Goldman Sachs, like the gold standard of like the financial market. Goldman Sachs, like arguably the best in that whole little arena of, stocks, financial wealth, financial planning. Goldman Sachs, the gold standard of all that, is they're giving their Manhattan workers options to either relocate to Salt Lake City or Austin, Texas. They're moving out of Manhattan because of this new wealth tax that this Mondani guy is trying to, where he really, 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 really lays the screws to the ultra wealthy.
Yep.
As for the attempted murder charge, in 2021, he was sentenced to 5 to 6 years in state prison, followed by probation, and was ordered to undergo mental health evaluations and treatment. David?
That's what you get when you got woke-ass judges or these type of mayors. This guy, I think Jay said earlier, this guy's starting to be public enemy number one for Jay. Jay's like, I am way over this Chicago mayor. I hate this guy. Yeah. And Jay doesn't, Jay does not usually have that type of mentality towards a lot of people.
Well, my phrasing's a little different than that. It's just like, I can't stand seeing this guy. This may be the worst politician in the United States of America. And listen, you know what? Now.
And so we actually had a guy from the Chicago Police Department, Jay, when we were making fun of Lori Lightfoot, and she was horrible, and the guy called, remember, Lummy?
Yeah.
Guy called the show and goes, listen, I just want to let you know, I love the show, and I do not support Lori Lightfoot. She's an idiot. But if you think that she's bad, wait till you see what we're getting, because this guy is the worst. And we're like, listen, there's nobody that could be worse than Lori Lightfoot. And he goes, okay, just know you heard it here first. My God, sir, I apologize for ever doubting you.
We passed paid time off. Yes, we've abolished the sub-minimum wage that has its vestiges tied to slavery. And black and brown women being forced to make ends meet off of less than $35,000 a year, that's an injustice. We passed.
Everything's about slavery. Everything's about racial tension. Everything's about... I don't even have time to get into this.
That's that same reporter, William Kelly, that asked about his wife.
I love this
If it happened to your wife, Mr. Mayor Johnson, what would you have done?
Yeah, you know what I'll do? I'll play this tomorrow, Lummy, because this is golden, and I'm going to find that Mudami stuff for tomorrow as well.
Perfect.
Jay, I appreciate you, my friend.
I appreciate you.
I got a stuck kidney stone in my shaft.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Knew that or not. I may have to be going to Danny in the next day or two and have him put a... He was getting a little creepy today. He was like, let me have your penis and let me grab it and squeeze it real hard to see if I can crush up the rock. And I'm like, ouch, Dan, no. And he's like, and Lummy, he was being somewhat forceful about it.
He was.
He's like,
come on, man, do it.
Come on, let me do it. Come by the office today.
Could you damage a ureter that way?
I don't know. Danny was wanting to, take my penis like it was a tube of Crest toothpaste and squeeze out that.
Want some milk?
That last little remnants of toothpaste that you got in your toothpaste gimmick. He wanted to squeeze my wiener like it was a Crest toothpaste gimmick.
He was begging. Then he was like, "Come to the office.
Please let me." I'm like, Dan, you're scaring me.
That's why I'm not a doctor.
We'll see you guys tomorrow, Jay. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter program.
Gene Lasker, voice of the people. Glad you get to hear me.
Gary Cantrell, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.